And therefore, let us, as he settles, then we can pray. Okay, we bow before God. Almighty God, you who laid the foundation of the earth and the heavens, and your sons, dominions, angels, creatures, and others celebrated in your honor. You who knows the store of wind, rain, and snow. You, when you speak it, it's like the sound of many waters. And when you don't speak it, it does not exist. Before you, we are like flowers blooming now and withering tomorrow. Yet you made us in your image to bless us according to your will. Therefore I pray that you bless us today as we climax this conference. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Vainandu. I'll still call upon my brother, Dr. Ismail. I can see he's already ready in the right attire to pray for us.
Good morning. I will say the Lord's Prayer, but today I will say it in English. In the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful. Praise belong to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the gracious, the merciful, Master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we seek for help. Guide us to the right path, the path of those whom you have favored, and not those who got your wrath. Amen.
I now hand over the program to the chair, Professor Mluvi, perhaps to bring in the session chair and perhaps some remarks that he may wish to make. Thank you.
Good morning. We want to try, as Mr. Nanjakurulu has said, to finish by lunchtime, so that when we break for lunch, we don't return. So when you are doing discussions, we should remember that. As I said yesterday, we rearranged the program so that we start with the representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department of ICT and Innovation, and thereafter we will have the round table discussions follow immediately, and the PS National Treasury presentation will be scheduled at around 11:30. And after that, Professor Uma will make a presentation, because I understand his flight was coming from Accra, delayed, but he is expected to be here around 11:30. So that's how we are going to have the program run. Before I forget, Chairman of Councils requested yesterday they have a brief session during break time, and they can stand for a few minutes in one of the corners there, or sit somewhere there when other people are taking tea, so that they can deliberate on an important issue they want to address during break time. I have request from the Chair of Councils to that effect. Yesterday, we had very good deliberations. I don't want to go back to them. There were presentations from the CEO of COOPS. We had the presentation from the CEO of the funding board, and Charles Ringera, HEOB, and Dismas Ogot, the Chief Finance Officer in our ministry, and they basically talked about financing issues. And we had a good presentation from the Chair of Council of Meru, Mr. Mbosire, on how the universities can create wealth and sustain themselves. We had another session in the afternoon with the National Research Fund. The CEO made the presentation. We had the chairman, Professor Micheka, there, and it went on well. And then the KAIST presentation, which was very stimulating on what is how KAIST can transform economies of countries like Korea, and good enough they are replicating the same in Kenya. And how the strategies on how we can raise 2% of the GDP to go for research. Yesterday, that we discussed. So I will not waste a lot of time on that, because shortly we will have a plenary session where we are going to present the recommendations which were made over the last 2 days, including today. And with that, I request the chairman, Professor Anne Nangulu. Professor Anne Nangulu is the principal of Bomet University College, to take over this session and start by inviting the representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department of ICT and Innovation, Mr. Mureithi, who is here with us, to proceed from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mulubi. And let me say good morning to all of us again. Yeah, we do today. It has been stated clearly that we need to, it's our first annual conference, and if it's the first, then we need to have an impact. And what we are going to do today, sometimes I'm always very happy but also very strict, in the sense that we will try to minimize the deliberations, because I believe today you'll find out that the way we structured the program, some of the issues that we already did, particularly the ICT, is an enabler, and you'll find out that it just fits in what we have already discussed. So I'm looking forward that today, even when you raise a question, please link it to the resolutions that we have done. Let us hear more of comments, resolutions, and then when we reach that time, we will also give a strategy on how we want them to be packaged and where we are supposed to take them. So let us not just give recommendations the way we live. It will be resolutions, a communique with the specific targeted officers or individuals that take action, that we can also go there and have this action be implemented for the benefit of sustaining university education, particularly financing component. So without much ado, let me humbly invite Mr. Mureithi from the ICT, if he's already around. Yes. And this is very important for us, particularly, remember while he's coming, our chair had already circulated, that's our chair, Professor Mulubi, had already circulated a very important advisory that we need to make a request for all of us to be connected, particularly through the ministry. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mureithi, maybe you don't sit, you just organize and you start.
Thank you very much, Prof. Principal Secretary, University Education and Research, Vice Chancellors, and Chairman of public universities. Good morning. My names are Loyford Mureithi from the State Department of ICT and Innovation. This morning, standing here on behalf of Principal Secretary, and indeed it's a great pleasure to be here and a privilege. Bearing in mind, I'm standing in front of many professors and doctors who I can bear a product of the guest in front of me. So my work today is simply to take you through a journey. I don't know who is, I will take you through a journey of ICT in terms of infrastructure, and for what I was called to come and present here. And my first presentation will touch on NOVB. This is National Optic Fiber Backbone Infrastructure. Then I'll go to a project called CCP. This clearly is part of the entire infrastructure that government has invested in. Then I'll talk about undersea cables, just part of the integrated infrastructure that we have as a country. Touch on data centers, and I'll finally end up discussing on the issue for which I probably suspect I was called here to discuss. As a country, we have several strategies. One of them is Kenya Digital Economic Blueprint, and also we have an ICT master plan. And today I'm informed that I will be talking about infrastructure. It has several pillars. One of the pillars is digital government, digital business, infrastructure, which I'm going to discuss today. Then there is innovation-driven entrepreneurship. Then we have digital skills and values. And all these are basically geared for government, citizens, as well as private sector. Going back now to the topic of the day, which is National Optic Fiber Backbone Infrastructure. The map that you see there, the pink, I don't know whether it is pink or, colors, is an issue. This is the layout of the backbone infrastructure that we have as a country. And when you look at that backbone, that layout, it basically runs along business corridors that we have in Kenya. Mostly roads, where you find institutions, towns, and other key locations. When this project of fiber optic, what was the objective? The objective of this project was basically, when government went to that point, it was basically to spur socio-economic growth in the country through ICT. Purely that. That is why government invested in that cable. And the purpose of this was basically to provide a vulnerable, quality broadband infrastructure, promote and facilitate open access to underserved areas, not quite only underserved areas, by the entire country. And there was also an issue of reducing costs. That is why the government went ahead and invested in this for those for both public and private sector. What journey have we taken as a country? When you look at ICT investment in this country, it started a while back, like 2005. And at that time, between 2005 and 2009, there is what we call NOVB1. That was the initial one. And this infrastructure was mostly covering provincial headquarters, the former provincial headquarters, and border towns. And it was 4,300 kilometers. Then later on, because of financial, we do it incrementally. In between 2014 and 2017, government also invested. The initial one was through government funding, but later on, due to financial constraints, I think these are through bilateral funding. 2,600 kilometers were created, and they were covering this when the county governments were very new, both backbone and then reaching all the 47 counties as it were, while covering the gaps that were not covered in the previous project. And then later on, there is what we call of B2 expansion, which was also a backbone and was now reaching out to the sub-county levels. And it covered like 525 sites. The list I'm showing here is not quite exhaustive, but now when you go to the usage, this infrastructure has gone to county commissioners, DCC, that is sub-county level, hospitals, police. Then we have other government institutions at the sub-county level. This infrastructure goes there, and then other MDAs. The numbers there are not quite updated, and with this, we are able to provide the internet to all these institutions all over the country. When you look at Kenya as a country, there's a technology that we call 4G. You remember those days when internet was very slow. But right now, you are able to enjoy a technology that we call 4G from wherever, even the farthest, remotest areas of Kenya. You are able to enjoy internet out of this infrastructure. And when you look at the major telecommunication companies, they relied on this infrastructure. And that is why I was saying this Novbi was invested, this Viber, latest technology, it was meant to quite for use both public and private. So when you look at the numbers I'm talking about here, Safaricom lines on this infrastructure, all this telecommunication, and here I've just mentioned about Airtel, Jamii Telecom Limited, Wananchi Group, and Telecom Kenya, and Kenneth. They relied on this infrastructure. This is the backbone. But even before we went to the backbone, when you look at the Nairobi city as it is, all government institutions have a Viber link that goes through them. And again, this project started in 2008. There's a story about 2005 and 2008. That is where Kenya started investing a lot in ICT infrastructure. So these are Viber link that connects all government buildings in Nairobi. Why I introduced these are now what we call metros. And later on, in all the counties, the government started investing in what is called county last mile connectivity. And the objective of this infrastructure was quite to now, once we have a backbone, how do you deliver now to those institutions that are along the way? So when you look at these, all these county headquarters, there's a link that connects all government institutions in all those areas. And this project I'm calling county connectivity. It's a last mile. It uses Novbi as the backbone, really now to spread out what we have. And in so doing, we are able to provide the internet to all these institutions. We are also able to provide video conferencing and other applications that the government do have. In total, we have over 700 sites connected, and we also use voice over internet protocols, over 10,000. We are able to communicate without using the traditional communication. Again, this infrastructure is done incrementally. Even as we speak now, there are other projects that are going in that regard, and our intention is to reach out even to the ward levels. This is based on financing as it were. And then that is why I'm talking of several phases. Okay, next. Now that is done internally. We've done that internally. We've been able to spread out internally, reaching out to the areas. How are we connecting to the global community internationally? We have what we call undersea cables. You remember there's a time when you used to call abroad, and then you could even wait for a certain time of a period of time before you spread, before you respond. That is no longer the case. You are able to communicate with anybody, anywhere, like you are just next door. That has been made possible. Initially, that technology was satellite, and there was that lag before you hear what the other party is saying. But due to the technology, that is no longer the case. And when we went to school, is this fiber cable I'm talking about it is simply uses light because of the speed of light. The speed of light is it's huge. So the fiber cable uses light technology, and that is why that lag is not there. So when it comes to undersea cables, again, that journey of undersea cables started around that time, 2005, 2008. And the first cables that we earned as a country was SEACOM, SA, undersea cables now connecting to the rest of the world, and teams. Right now, we are sport for choice as a country because we have over 7, and a lot of investment is going in that area. By as government, around that time, government invested in one cable, undersea cable, that is called TEAMS, the East African Marine Systems. These are 5,000 kilometer fiber optic that links Mombasa to Fujairah. And this was a joint venture between government and telecommunication companies, in which as the Kenyan shareholding was 85%, and the UAE based operator and 15% in this cable. These cables still do exist. Out of the shareholders in this cable, Safaricom has like that 2.5% shareholding, while government has like 20% shareholding. There are 7 shareholders in this cable. So Kenya is able to enjoy connectivity through this cable, among others. So by as government, I think there was this issue of the shareholding. So really the government has also invested in the international connectivity. So basically what I'm saying is the internet that we are enjoying right now, the Wi-Fi that is in front of you, we use NOVB, there's NOVB, and then the connectivity through these submarine cables. That is why you are able to search for any details from across and you are able to get it. Then I'll quite not end my presentation. Once we've done this connectivity, where do we domicile our data? Government has also invested in government data centers where institutions place their data. And the first one, we have a Konza data center, and then we have another one, government data center. Konza data center is very latest, and government data center was built also 2008, that period. And the thinking about the government data centers was purely based on a situation where all ministries and siloed server rooms. And server rooms are quite expensive. And because of even operating expenses, so the government really wanted to have one central place in which data is stored. And this was as a result of increased IT demand as a country, and with the realization that investing in ICT is quite expensive. So the increased cost of IT investment drove the government to take that direction, and while responding to the global trends. So in so doing, the objectives of this is quite now a cost-effective way of having a centralized secure, because data centers need security. Also as a central repository for government applications, while facilitating a place where we have 24-hour availability of the data. So that is where we are in terms of data centers. And I will quickly talk about one that is very latest. And this infrastructure I'm talking about here is for the use by public institutions. And one of the data centers that we are talking here, we have a Konza data center built in Konza, which is up and running now. Using the latest technology that really reduces any operating expenses. Next. Using fusion module rack. The rack that you see there, because in data centers there's a lot of cooling that needs to happen. You bring, these are containers, so that the air that you cool is very minimal. So the others are details about that. And I want, next, I want to say that in this data center is what we call as data as tier 3. When we talk about tiers in data centers is about redundancies. The maximum that we normally have when it comes to data centers is tier 4. But due to the fact that we don't have energy, because now when it comes to the energy grade, data centers have to have redundancies. Mostly we are not able to achieve that. By informed that Ketraco is investing in tier 4, so that there is hydro energy, and then we have thermal energy running into that data center, so that when one power is off, the other one is able to pick up. And then this is also certified as a green building council, this data center that I'm talking about here. And then finally, as I was starting this discussion, there was probably why I suspect that is why I was called to come and make this presentation. And we are in receipt of a letter written by a good Professor Muruvi, in which this letter was written to end of public service. And clearly it was an issue of internet connectivity to the universities. So I went ahead to quite analyze this letter by Prof. And it is indeed true in the letter, because I can see it was copied to most of the vice chancellors and chairman. In the letter there is a contention that we've supplied internet to many government institutions. That is true. Two, there was an issue, as I've said, that is true. Two, some universities have been supplying the internet, and this is free. Our internet is free because once we do this, because as government, for us, we are just a service. The rest of billing is done by National Treasury, which I'm informed is here. Two, in the letter, okay, the issue of universities spending a lot of monies in terms of internet connectivity, I just marked a clause because I'm not sure whether these are within the market rates, because I'm a scientist, so I deal with facts. So if the about monies is not presented to me, I cannot say it is true. But the rest of the issues were about savings that the universities can accrue as a result of this connectivity, which again, all of it are true because of the funding. So in that letter, everything was based on facts. And then out of that letter to the cabinet secretary, I mean the head of public service, a letter is written back to our cabinet secretary, and one of the issues that the head of public service advises is requesting the ministry, he forwards that letter written by a good prof, and is asking for ministry's consideration and appropriate action in connecting the universities to NOVB. So I felt I need to mention this because most probably this what we are talking about here. And therefore I put my brains at my pay grade. What am I expecting to do? Because I'm yet to receive this letter by at my pay grade once I receive that communication. Because as you know, most of this work, once it reaches the VC, there are people who probably advises the VC, and just like our institution. So I put my mind on this issue, and I ask how, if it lands on my table, how do I respond to this letter? And one, I ask myself, what was the objective of NOVB? The objective of NOVB was to provide affordable quality broadband, reduce costs to both public and private. Are public universities public? The name tells it all. Two, I'll go to public service. and you know, these issues, the beauty of being a public service, guidelines are there. You're not even supposed to think. Get the documents, and then you make decision based on that. Public service values and principles. This country is where it is today due to the continuous improvement that those people who have been given responsibility have undertaken through innovations and utilization of available resources. Because as we all know, these resources are not quite enough. So that is another thing that I'll take into consideration. And then another thing that our constitution, when I go to the constitutions, it's very clear in 201D, that clause, it tells us public money shall be used in a prudent and responsible way. So if there's an issue where we can get cost savings, be it. That is what documents are saying. This is not my making. And then I dig deeper into even the master plan that we have at currently. One of the flagship projects is installation of 1,000 kilometers of high-speed fiber infrastructure to schools, government institutions. That is what we aspire to go by 2032. And then there is also an issue of establishment of 25,000 internet hotspots, mostly looking at the youth for the purpose of innovations. So that is what the master plan says. And then finally, also one of the themes of the master plan is research and development, and the master plan alludes to the fact that there will be regional ICT initiatives that support research and is research-based education in order to build the necessary human capital needed and increase. This foundation theme seems to forge a robust partnership with research institutions in which the public universities is in the forefront. And then there's a talk about collaborating with local universities and other learning institutions. And finally, there's a talk of bilateral agreement. In the same master plan, bilateral agreement will be sought to address any gap in these areas. Is internet gap, high cost of internet a gap? Most probably. And then finally, as I conclude, is based on this, because I think I've given a response to issues to do with the internet in the public universities. And by the way, even there was an issue of 2 universities, and anytime we get a request on connecting universities, and that is why there are 2. If we get a request, we just provide internet. We just provide even any other institutions. We just provide this. We just hook the universities, and then finally, action. Because in the letter we are being asked to do the action, there will be a need of now engaging on this matter further. But I need to say one thing that we need to consider even as we take this journey is there will be a need of doing a detailed survey and what it entails, so that we are able to determine costs, and these costs are associated with the reliefs. A survey that has been done initially, and I think I mentioned this, when Novbi was being created, in our own wisdom, we normally make a provision of Manu where there is a government entity. And then after this one has been done, just so that it is connected, we just make that provision, and then finally, there would be an issue of thinking about redundancy. If this network, being with the criticality of network that you, internet that you require at the universities and other learning institutions, there would be a need of redundant links, and also thinking about existing contractual obligations. And I think with that I will come to the end of my presentation, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you can see Mr. Mureti's presentation is on facts. And he said it's a scientist, is factual. And I want to reveal one thing that I requested and have internet. So maybe one of those universities is talking about, but I requested when I was very new and have internet. But there are other issues which I'll ask him. I requested, they never even replied to me that we have received your request. One morning I just saw young people come to my office and they just told me, Prof, where do we put the internet? So I got. So maybe I'm a living example to say that what he's saying is true. I want to open up, and please, we just ask for clarification. We have already been told you seek, you knock, and you get it. So let me open it up. Turkana University, I'll call you by names of that. Pwani, second. Yesterday I was sitting this side, we were forgotten. Now that I'm here, we can't be forgotten. In case there is a hand, I remember Adelaide raising the chair of Kabianga, her hand so many times nobody saw. Another person, oh, Professor Good Rongo, Rongo, you are number 2 already, Pwani. Yes, Rajab. Okay, George, we start with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muredi, for the presentation. That was very clear. I would like to bring to attention to the fact that Turkana University College actually did apply, requested the ministry, the State Department of ICT, to give us the network, which just passes at our gate. The PS responded to my letter, unlike the one of Professor Nangulu. He responded and actually directed the ICT Authority CEO to act. And indeed, the CEO came to Turkana University College and promised that they would do it. Then later they sent ICT technicians who did the survey, but instead of connecting us, they asked that we pay 4 million shillings for us to be connected. Kindly help us. From what you have said, we request when they come, they just connect. Please, let's be connected. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the presenter and also thank our chairman for writing that letter.
The authority has been refusing to connect universities to benefit from this free internet provided by the government because of saying that what will happen to Kenneth. In your presentation, when you listed private entities which are using your services. Kenneth was one of them. And then Kenneth has to continue getting a lot of money from the universities. And we are seated here wondering how universities will survive in the future because the funding is also very low. So we pay a lot of money. We can give you the actual amount we spend on yearly basis paying to Kenneth, but I can tell you the ICT is one of the big expenditures we have in the universities in the recurrent budget at the moment. And then when we walk around, we discover all the government institutions, including TVET, other government agencies, are all connected. The government has invested heavily, as you have said, in Konza with the data center, so there is no problem on where we can store our data. And that issue of Kenneth ICT authority must be addressed by the ministry so that the universities can be freed and connected like another government institution. Because our students are many, we have more than 500,000 students in the university. They require internet. It is expensive. Sometimes universities cannot even get the enough bandwidth which they require because of money, and now inconveniencing hundreds of thousands of students when the government is providing that service for free. So the ministry must come out very strongly and tell the ICT authority they must connect. Even when we have offered to pay that money, they come and then ask what will happen to Kenneth if we connect the university. And it's a serious issue. That issue must be addressed. Otherwise, we have a few options we can also explore on the same, because we cannot continue spending money paying Kenneth.
Professor Micheka and then Tom, Charles Ochola.
I think, Rayvod, I think you really know, if you listen carefully. Now Mulube is talking to him. Let me wait. Mulube. Rayford, really, I think you know exactly what you're doing. You were very clear and systematic in explaining the negative of the whole letter written by my brother. My suggestion, I think, to you, you seem to know exactly where you're getting to. Kenneth, we started it. Actually, I chaired it long time ago. It's very expensive now. Universities in their current status cannot continue paying that high figure when the government is connecting TVETs, counties, even very small little organizations, and you talk proud of your universities. Please take it upon yourself. The way you showed the letter going here and there, it seems that you are evading. You, in fact, are the persons at that level to work on it. Could you give a promise here that within, say, 6 months or 2 months, tutakuwa connected ma university yote Kenya zima bwana? We are not isolated outside there. Please. I think you know what you are saying. Kenneth is expensive. We don't have money as universities. You see where we are going to. You promise now. If not, a delegation now will head there and report you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah,
thank you very much.
I thought I was going to. Yeah, just before you comment, I think I want just to give our experience. We are one of the universities that are consuming NOFB. And what we did was to come out of Kenneth. And when we did that, we were very gentle. And I want to tell you, the way engineers listed Kenneth as one of the providers, they came up to Tom Mboya to plead that they are also providers. And therefore, we need to give them opportunity if and when we need internet. And we told them, put your figures on the table, and we can decide to pick you if you are competitive. And if you are not, then we will not, and we'll consume NOFB, which is here, plus another provider which is free as a redundant line. So that if NOFB has issues, then the other line picks up. And I want to tell you that The only thing that we are not coming out clear is that it has been assumed, knowingly or unknowingly, that Kenneth is university and university is Kenneth. Most of the universities and most of the correspondences that come from Kenneth portray a community organization for universities so that we are getting value for money. I don't know whether it's me who's reading those communications wrongly. To the extent that people don't know that Kenneth is also a company that is doing business, buying the data or bandwidths from Safaricom and selling to the universities. And Safaricom does not stop you from going to them and buying from them directly. So it's upon you to decide what you want to do. But what is critical, and I think Professor Micheka said it correctly, the intention when Kenneth was started was to actually facilitate institutions of higher learning and universities specifically to get internet cheaply because of numbers. Right now, Kenneth is actually competing and has gone even to TTIs. It has gone even to community colleges to sell internet. Therefore, and again, people have even signed contracts which are binding, which are legal with Kenneth. And sometimes when you want to move, they threaten you with court action, that you sign this and therefore you have to meet the part of your bargain. Therefore, what we are saying, engineer, is simple. One, ICT authority that I'm aware of is supposed to provide the line. The institutions, for example, if you are lucky, and I think that is where some universities are suffering, if you are lucky that you are not in a district headquarter or a county headquarter, then you must do the survey and then the lines must be connected to wherever you are. Institutions that are within those locations like Bomet, for example, it's very easy. You write a letter, they come and connect you, and then the only problem that the ICT authority will do is just to increase the bandwidth so that you are able to sort this thing out. Otherwise, I want to tell you, universities are suffering because of the amount of money that they are paying either quarterly or yearly or whatever the case may be. Yet, the government is, and worse still, if you have showed us here that Kenneth is one of the providers, and we are directly procuring from Kenneth, serious audit query will come one day when these people are sleeping quietly at home, and they'll be told, how did you procure Kenneth? Because they are not government to government. So what we are trying to say is that please get these institutions ICT for the development of this country. Thank you.
I've seen Professor Shvairo. Please let us make it short so that we get a resolution the way Professor Micheka guided.
Mine
then we
is short
agree
and
and we move on.
straightforward.
Thank you.
My counsel has already advised me to go out of Kenneth, and we have done it. Yeah, I've already been audited by counsel to begin with, and we already moved out. Oh, there are alternatives.
So we need to tell colleagues, if we have moved out, where have you gone?
No, the cheaper ones are the commercials around. Like, for example, you had Kenneth buys from Safaricom and others. So we did that, compare their prices, and these others are cheaper.
So which others is this? Please share information so that people know, because we are benefiting from the same fiber optic.
Oh,
Just to share information well. That's a good example, but share.
if you give me a few minutes, I can get details.
Some of us have actually moved before. We moved out of Kenneth. We went to Safaricom, but we had a bad experience. The experience was that while it was cheaper to go to Safaricom from Kenneth, we realized that we did not have adequate technical support. And because of that, there were attacks on our internet. There were attacks. You understand, for those ones who understand, security issues. And therefore, while we say we want to move to a cheaper option, we should, consider the fact that we need also technical support. The issue is that KenNet may be expensive. I'm not supporting KenNet. It's too expensive, and we need to move out. The problem is that with KenNet, they also provide technical support, but Safaricom exposes us. I think, I don't know whether that is the... Yes? Have you not had that kind of experience? Yes. Some are saying, yes, I'm right. If you move out, you also need to think about technical support, ICT technical support. Thank you.
I am Peter Mwita from Machakos. I think I want to concur with the Professor Nyarigi. Recently we actually did, Machakos University did put requests for proposals, requests for quotations from a number of firms in Kenya, including Safaricom, KNet, and the like. Safaricom was actually the cheapest in terms of internet. But when it comes to the package that will enable the university to run its programs, blended programs, KNet was the cheapest. Actually, it was cheapest by around 40%. I think what is important is us as the universities, we go and try these quotations through our procurement offices. And
Yes.
because of the parameter we have actually inputted, the package, that package will actually indicate which service provider is actually the cheapest. But we do concur with the chairman. I think the chairman had put it very well. We actually need subsidy in terms of internet, and through the ministry, in collaboration with KNet, I think that can be possible.
I think being academicians, you are bringing a new agenda. The agenda we have is that we want to be connected by the ICT authority. We are not saying go to Safaricom, go to where, and already our chair made a request, which I said more of an advisory to us. Now it is us here to affirm to that advisory. We all say we are going to get internet from government through ICT, and we provide timelines. Let me tell you, even my brother, he asked that when government tells you it is free, it is not that you just sit and everything comes. Even in Bomet, we paid something. There is some money for survey. So those are the hidden costs, but they are cheaper. Because, like, let me tell you, I have a campus in town. I have some farm satellite. I've put something. I had to put some cost for them to do the survey before they come. So let us not get lost. And I want Professor Mulubi to speak as the last person. Then we move on. I'm ready to say something. We go to round table. We give resolutions. But now I've also seen my VC raising his hand very... I don't know. I have to give my VC, sorry. Otherwise, I'll lose my job when I go back to Moi.
Thank you, Prof. Nankulu. So I think for me, members, I'm going to do this full disclosure. I'm the current chair of the Board of Trustees of KNet. And a number of us here are members. I can see Laila is there. My vice chair is there. This is a healthy discussion, I would say. But as much as we are pushing in that direction, I think also we look at, we need to compare sometimes. And also we need an assurance that this thing free is free. Okay? You know, sometimes they are free in quotes. And then you end up with a lot of issues, like what my colleague from Machakos has said. Even downtime is another issue. And I believe those of us who conceptualized Kenneth knew the direction we are taking in terms of having a network purposely serving the universities and all our aspirations as academic institutions, as opposed to probably, the commercial, providers. So I want to say, colleagues, members, we've heard you. We are also going to have a discussion on our own, and we'll be able to inform you as we lobby for this free thing, so that ultimately you're able to make your decision as to where to go. So I think I felt that my colleague from Tomboya, don't be so passionate about some other thing, but we are going to have a discussion comfortably. Thank you so much.
I think some people are saying they moved from Kenneth, went to Safaricom. That is not the discussion. We want to get connected by the ICT authority through the ministry, direct. Even if there is some cost to be paid initially for the fiber to be connected, let it be so, if the government doesn't have money. But it's much better, and we know we have compared the notes with the main institutions connected by the ICT authority, because it is the same infrastructure which they are using to list to us. So we want the ICT authority very clearly to connect the universities within a certain time frame, and so that universities can benefit from the huge investment the government has done in ICT. And you see every year, the government says it will spend billions of money on ICT infrastructure in the country, and the universities have been left out. So I think Murithi will come and make the final comments, but they can hear what we are saying. Whether people want to remain in Kenneth or whatever, that's another discussion. They can do it if they want. By the way, you can still retain the Kenneth line and still be connected with the ICT. If you have money to continue paying Kenneth, you can still continue paying. There is no problem. But we want free internet through the Ministry of ICT.
You know, it is affordable. It is, Nyariki, just hold on, It is also a problem. Just hold on first. I think we have all had, and maybe to make everybody also comfortable, we got the internet through ICT, but we also have Kenneth. Yes, and what we did, we only reduced what we need for Kenneth. The same issues you are raising on the technical part. Remember, and my VC has just said it very clearly, you can even just request Kenneth only for technical component. You can even, if you still want it, you can, or any other service provider, or you just request for video conferencing, where there is a problem. But the bottom line is, let us all make a resolution we benefit from government facility directly, and that does not stop you from also getting a service from Kenneth, because it has been serving as well. If you look around all of us in this room, I'm sure we have Safaricom and Airtel lines. It is the same thing, but let us have our mind on one aspect. I'm only allowing, we need to close, we go to round table. I was told you want to go to swim. If you don't want to swim, we might just move on. Professor Churchill will be the last, because you are an elder, so that when you speak, nobody will speak again. I'll follow that. The young university can speak. And then, Nyariki, I wonder if I should make you but speak. But please make it short, then we come to Professor and we close. Thank you very much.
Don't allow the people. I've just realized recently, we did not have, or the internet failed, and we called the Kenneth people. But I realized Kenneth is using Liquid Company. That is the people who are supplying the internet. But fortunately, we had already written, I think, to ICT Authority, and I'm sure they said they are going to come to connect us. So I think the most important thing for us, let us have the fiber connected by the ICT Authority to our universities. One thing, as Professor Nangulu has said, if you need Kenneth for other purposes, you can involve them. But to me, the most important thing is let us be connected, all of us, to fiber, because we know when we are connected to fiber, the speed will be quite high. Currently, some of the institutions that Kenneth are using, the connectivity to some of us is still quite low. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to you all. Mine is just a plea. We are going around like this now. We've made a decision. We wish to be connected by the Ministry of ICT, okay? Whatever you do as a backup, that's up to you. Let us not come in and weigh in for Kenneth or Safaricom or whoever. That's up to you. Let's just finish the discussions because we are coming back to the same conclusion. Thank you.
Professor Nyariki first.
Sorry, mine was, I think, Nangulu and my former boss, Professor Muluvi. My comment was not irrelevant. What I wanted to say is that as we think of the connection for free internet, we should also think about, it is for all of us to discuss and be aware that we need to think about technical backup. It was not irrelevant.
And the internet is not free, it's affordable.
I think I actually want to pick it from there. You know, do universities have capacities internally, individually, collectively, to even understand what all these people who come around purporting to be able to provide IT solutions to the institutions really want? Because some of them, they're just busy looking for opportunities to make money. So I think we need to talk collectively here about our capacities in the universities to appreciate and understand, and therefore give proper advice to those of you who hold the pen to sign contracts, that we are signing a wrong contract. And I want to give an example. When we were turning from the other millennium, there were so many companies from South Africa which came here and told so many organizations, especially government ministries, that unless you engage us, when it comes to tarehe moja mwezi wa kwanza mwaka 2000 sijui na nini, you will not have any data in your computers. And they took a lot of money from us because we did not have, as a country, capacity to even understand what it is that they were talking about. So I think it is important for us as universities to talk about our capacities to understand what this gentleman has been talking about. You know, when they say there is a Kenneth, they say there is Safaricom, they say, do they have the same capacity and therefore can come and compete selling you the product and then you choose? Or one is better than the other? Do you have capacity to tell us who is better than the other? So it is important for us. And then lastly, how come we are not talking about our online platforms, our systems, the way we have installed them, the way we are supposed to share data, information, and apply whatever we have, our capacities? Let's talk about things which will make our work easier. And then for you, my engineer, are you an engineer? Or you are representing some engineering elements? Yeah, okay. All these letters, when they come to you, these people are public. You know, these universities which are here in this room are public entities. So if you can connect a police station, even a police post in my village at Nyamtiro, why can't you connect a university in Homa Bay? Thank you very much.
Can I add something? I think the elder has given me a chance to add what he has mentioned. I think learning and teaching at the university is more than internet. It's about use of asynchronized and synchronized learning platforms. And if we don't have those learning management systems to enable our lecturers to teach real time or anytime, anywhere, we need to really, because right now I know like Google Meet, Zoom are most visible in our context. But I think we need to find out, because like Moodle is a free learning management system, and we need to find out from our engineer here our capability to package Moodle as a synchronized platform to support teaching and learning in our universities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think for me, I think I will just mention and let me say from the onset, thank you very much, Professor Michieka. You are my VC some times back in Jomo Kenyatta University, so I'm your product. Let me say this. When you look at the journey, I've spoken about governors, connecting governors, and it has not been easy for government. You remember there was a time when counties and national government were very separate. But as national government, we ensured we connect the governors. It was upon them whether they want to use it or not. It's upon them. And those issues still exist. There is an issue of, as I was speaking about Dedan Kimathi, government data centers. Government has done some backup in Dedan Kimathi, and therefore we will connect Dedan Kimathi to that infrastructure. And we will drop internet there. If they want to use it or not, it's upon them. But of course, we will be coming with a policy. As I was coming here, if you heard my presentation, I was playing very safe about Kenneth issue. I need to say this. I will have to be very honest about this. I was playing very safe. But from what I've gathered from this room, universities have a challenge in internet connectivity. So government has, from the government perspective, we've already noted that government has an issue with internet connectivity. And that is why it's talked about how we were expanding Kenneth somewhere. We've dropped Kenneth somewhere in the University of Nairobi with the hope that universities will be beneficiaries of that internet. But we were not very quite sure the kind of arrangement that do exist between universities with Kenneth. So I want to say, you know, these have been a very big eye-opener for us. But let me say that this, at my pay grade, in government, you know, we are the decision, we advise government. So the issue of internet with the universities, you know, it has started. And it might move very fast, even than you can imagine. And I think that is the next venture, because we've been trying even to connect TVETs. Of course, with the assumption that universities are very comfortable wherever they are. But I've just noted that universities, they are not comfortable. So the talk of universities being connected from where I stand and probably what we advise, I think to me is a long gone conclusion that universities need to be connected, and we would endeavor even as soon as it is practically possible, because we think for government, we think whether the decisions are taken up or not, it's another thing altogether. But I think we will be advising, going forward, we will be advising our bosses that universities have an issue to do with internet connectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have gone a very long trip, only to be told that the right way is just here. No, the minds will clock, Prof, you know. You will leave us ventilate. But I want, first of all, to thank Mr. Murethi. He has lived to his scientific and factual way of presenting and also delivering the promise that we, now is not a promise, we just need to be connected. And also let us appreciate Professor Mulubi for writing the letter and using the very good channels for us to get where we are now. Remember, you have also been told that there's academic freedom in academia and is constitutional. So even this free internet, you can refuse when it comes. Then you also use some other academic freedom, or you can hybrid it. And we are here to test all that we have on the table. But the first thing is that let the fiber reach the university. Particularly, my friend Professor Rajab just said it's at the doorstep. So if it is a doorstep, let us all have the fiber, and then we can do what we want. For our friend, about the platforms, these universities have, in fact, the COVID-19 sharpened those platforms. Even the people who had never wanted to touch, even to do anything virtual, even not to be recorded. These days they say, can you record? So that one the universities are capable of doing. And all universities, by the way, let us also start from the point of gains. And partly, remember, our first session was on gains. All universities have made gains as far as internet connectivity is concerned. All. We have internet in our universities. There is infrastructure, but what we are saying is that let it now be upped by government. There is no university without an IT expert with them. So even when my friend Nyariki said that he does not have the technical know-how, I'm shocked. The only thing is that you use that technical component that you have for them to link up, whether with Kenneth or ICT. And I have a young man. He worked with all these people, and I also want to tell you, Murezi just doesn't want to commit a lot. Once they do the survey, they bring you 2 people on the ground, and they work with your person. Then in the process, they are also tutoring them. So we have these capacities. Just look at your ICT section, and then we work with them. I would like to thank all of us. And where I come from, after you have worked, you eat. So I'm saying that we go for a health break, and it is 15 minutes. Then we come back, we do a round table, and we make resolutions as we had agreed. Thank you very much.
The chair of councils may have to stand aside here for a few minutes. There is an issue they want to discuss for 1 or 2 minutes. No. They will decide, but the tea break continues 15 minutes.
When did you leave Jomo Kenyatta? Too much on computer.
as Dr. Professor Nangulu comes. You can start. We want to save on time because, as we said, we want to see whether we can finish and before lunchtime.
ICT, please. ICT. The PS, State Department for University Education and Research, Chairman of University Councils, Vice Chancellors, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm here to do a presentation that would have followed very well if it would have come after the presentation from Professor Uma, but I will take it on anyway. Sometime early in the year, the State Department for University Education put together a delegation to South Africa with a view to benchmark on data management at the higher education space in South Africa. This was a delegation that was sent as a follow-up of a benchmarking visit that Professor Shibahiro and his team had made to the University of Pretoria. And so as an output of that visit, we have had some reports and discussions with the ministry, and today we want to share with this great conference some of the things that we learned, and together with that put a proposal for the establishment of the Higher Education Management Information System. I wish to say that some of the objective of the benchmarking visit was to learn some lessons on university funding. How do they do it? That is the South Africa. How do they maintain students' data and staff information for up to and including monitoring and evaluation of academic staff, strategy formulation, enrollment planning, and others. And the delegation was made up of members from quite a number of agencies in the higher education space, including the State Department for University Education and Research, the University Funding Board, KUCCPS, the Commission for University Education, Higher Education Loans Board, and representation from the public universities. And basically all these officers who traveled are part of this conference. We are lucky to have them part of this process in this conference. We also, while at South Africa, we visited a number of institutions, among them the University of Pretoria, the Council for Higher Education, the State Department, the Department for Higher Education and Training, the University of Cape Town, and NSFAS. NSFAS is the equivalent of the Higher Education Loans Board in South Africa. What did we learn from there, and how does it impact the reason for me being here today? We all agree that the higher education sector in the country generates a lot of data. However, most of this data is held in siloed repositories in our own institutions, in different formats, saved under different database systems, queried using different languages, and therefore it means that we have a lot of data. But is this data serving the best of the purpose that it would in assisting the government to do policy planning, enrollment planning, programs planning, and the like. These are questions that we need to interrogate. Whereas this data is important at our own local level, it is also important at the national level. And the issue on how we may want to leverage on this data to assist at a national level remains a question that has been elusive and which we need to interrogate and see whether we can come up with a way in which we can make the best use of this data. We take cognizance of the fact that we have NEMIS, which has enhanced data management at a national scale at the basic level of education. However, we still have a gap. At the higher education space, we are yet to implement an integrated system with the correct frameworks that will promote sharing of information seamlessly and transparently in a way that will reduce the shuttling of information across agencies in a variety of formats. This is because the data is distributed in disparate systems hosted by different stakeholders in various agencies across the higher education space. If we look at the Commission for University Education, for example, the Commission for University Education has made some attempts to automate the data they collect from education institutions across the country. However, the data that they collect is quite limited in terms of the stakeholders in the higher education space, whose data is also required, missing out. We do not have, say, data from TVET institutions because they are outside the scope of the Commission for University Education. We don't have data from private universities to the basic level of the university student, data about a university student. So, despite the fact that we have had these efforts, the Commission for University Education in Kenya, for example, is unable to generate vital statistics for the country in a timely manner, due to some challenges that maybe they know better. But these are issues that now needs to bring onto the floor the need for us having an integrated management information system. If we look at their counterparts in South Africa, for example, they have consistently been able to generate vital statistics, which enable the country to plan for capacity building, for enrollment, enough data that the government can be able to use for planning. It will interest this conference that if you look at the information that is contained in the economic survey document by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, is only summarized in 4 pages. The whole information about universities in Kenya, higher education, is only summarized in 4 pages. But if you go online and download one of those documents, whose links are available there, you will find that each of those documents summarizes information about university education in about 150 pages. Gives information about progression from year 1 to year 4 of across all programs, across all universities, across all thematic areas, across different types of universities. And as such, it is very easy for the government to know that now we are generating actuarial scientists of this number, and maybe in the next 4 years, we have been generating so many of these, we need to advise institutions of higher learning to scale down on this discipline and maybe scale up on this other discipline. If we would ask a simple question, how many teachers who have gone through the education system in the last 5 years have a specialization of biology, chemistry, for example? This is data that could be lacking. And the government would be interested, the Teacher Service Commission would be interested to know how many graduates of chemistry, biology have gone through the system in the last 5 years, and can be able to advise that I think going by the requirements that we have, universities should be advised to start slowing down on chemistry, biology, and maybe gearing up on history, CRE. Questions that we need to interrogate. What are the pain points of our disparate systems? We have a situation where we do not have a single point of truth for a university system undertaking higher education in Kenya. We have replicating reporting to various institutions. Our admissions offices send data to KNBS in version A. Then they send data to the Commission for University Education in version B. They send data to the State University of Education and Research in version C. And so the issues that are coming up is that we have a lot of inconsistencies of data floating around, which can be solved by coming up with a system that should be able to integrate all these communication protocols. And this brings us to, I will move a little bit faster because of the interest of time, but the slides will be available for us to interrogate even further. So, due to these challenges, we are proposing the Higher Education Management Information System, whose seed data will be NEMIS. NEMIS provides a verified source of information. We'll also have other sources which will be coming that will put into the system academic staff details, information from private universities. And this should be able to give us accuracy and reliable data to inform policies, reduced and shared implementation and operational costs. If we have one centralized system, we'll reduce on operational costs because institutions will just need to have APIs to plug onto this system and be able to get information that they want. We will also have guaranteed data security because all this will be centralized in one point. Functionalities, single source of truth of a student for all stakeholders, integration with all agencies through APIs, secure communication protocols, have student tracking records, data on staff in public and private universities and TVET institutions will also be hosted in that system. We want to go ahead and just share the architecture. Maybe, yes, share the proposed architecture. And we are saying that with this architecture, we will have HEMIS being at the center of this with capabilities to generate reports, decision support systems, expert systems, incorporate artificial intelligence to manage student, staff, financial and infrastructural data about in our institutions. Our stakeholders, the Commission for University Education, universities, KNQA, students and staff data, TVET institutions, KUCCPS, UFB, HELB, TVETA, and other agencies being able to access and query this system directly. UFB will not need to be waiting for a whole year before they fund, they send their capitation to universities, for example, because they'll be able to query here, get the data they need, and within 3-4 months, they're able to disburse capitation. HELB does not even know the students who do not go to them to ask for loans. So if we ask HELB today, what percentage of students in the universities in Kenya do you finance? They will tell you, they can only tell you the percentage of students who get loans out of the students who apply for loans. But they don't know the total number of university students in Kenya. Of course, they could approximate, but that would not be actual. So here we do a proposal to that. But the big question comes, where will this data be hosted? Those are questions that now we are having. Where will it be hosted? Who will develop that? how much of information about the student is going to be shared in HIMIS, what is going to remain in our institutions. These are questions that we will need to be able to answer as we move forward with this discussion. But the equivalent in South Africa, we see that the Higher Education Management Information System is hosted by the Directorate of Higher Education and Training. That's just a use case example. Going to Italy, their system is hosted by Chineka, an equivalent of Kennet. In Kenya, of course, we have NEMIS, which is hosted by the State Department for Basic Education. Having said that, I would say then after this proposal, what would be the way forward? We would want to propose that since this journey began with the need to have a single source of truth for a university student and tracking their movement across and the information about students and staff, then we are proposing that should the government see fit that this system moves to the next level, we propose that then the government should consider forming a steering committee, preferably chaired by the PS, develop some governance structures that would be able to ensure the implementation of this. And want to say that in recognition and alongside the necessary and requisite regulatory frameworks and instruments, that this system, it's time for this system to come to place, and there would be no better time as the time now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is data management. I think everybody now tells us we must get a data center at universities. We need to have a data management office. It's part of knowledge management. Issues of security, you can see are coming up. Issues of governance, issues of access, which is also constitutional. And recently you have seen one of our universities, which I don't want to say, but it was public. You put a photo of a student, and later on the student say, you didn't have my access, you pay for it. Or today you put on the website, Anna Ngulu is your perfect alumni. Then the following day you bring me down. Then I go to court, I say, then why did you put me up in the first place? What has happened? The arena is big. There is the social media, there is the information superhighway, the ICT has told us, but please, we still need to get resolutions, even one on the issue of data management and knowledge management, because now we cannot even separate the knowledge management from the ICT. We really want to thank the presenter, but for now, we will just move on very fast because some of the issues coming up are interrelated, and I'm going to ask Professor Mugendi to also come and say his remarks and some presentation, and then after that, the regulator will actually be the last. We have my sister here, Professor Njoroge, and then we open it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chair of the session. I'm supposed to make very few remarks on internationalization of universities. I have a few talking points and I hope they can be projected. Okay. What is globalization? Generally, we focuses on round flow of ideas, resources, people, employment, economy, values, culture, information, knowledge, goods, services, and technology. Now, when we think of internationalization, This will emphasize the relationship between and among nations, people, cultures, institutions, and systems. Then when we think of internationalization of higher education, this is really a process of integrating an international, intercultural, and global dimensions into teaching, learning, research, and service functions of a university or higher education goals. Now, these two concepts are very much related to each other, but at the same time are different. And debate continues whether internationalization of higher education is a catalyst, reactor, or an agent of globalization. Now, what are the key issues that we need to consider here? 50 years ago, no one could have imagined that international students' mobility would be big business globally and more closely aligned to the recruitment of brains for national innovation agendas. Recent national and worldwide surveys of university internationalization priorities and rationale show that establishing an international profile on global standing is becoming very strategic and an avenue of attaining socio-economic development of any nation. These new developments are intended to increase access to higher education and meet the appetite to foreign credentials and employment. And there are serious issues related to the quality of programs on offer, the integrity of providers, and the recognition of credentials. Internationalization, therefore, of education is struggling to deal with the fake degrees and accreditations, academic credentials that are earned but not recognized, and unregulated institutions cropping up overnight. Proliferation of fake providers and bogus certificates are realities that face students, parents, employers, and the academic community. And indeed, this is a big concern to all of us. I'm sure all of us know people are invited to conferences in Dubai or somewhere in the US. You go pay some money and then they give you a title of a doctor. Others give you a title of a professor. I was actually amazed the other day somebody wrote to me and told me, you know, I'm now a professor. I attended a conference in Dubai. This was last week. I attended a conference in Dubai and they awarded me a title professor. So now I'm professor and I would want to come and talk to you, see what I can do in the university. So internalization of university education and research. Internalization has commercialized research and university education to create an international competition for recruitment of foreign students in order to generate revenue, secure institutional profile, and build international reputation. The main components of internationalization of higher education are recruitment of international students, development of international branch campuses, international conferences, seminars, forums and workshops, student, staff, and scholars exchange programs, internationalization of the curriculum and research and education partnerships between institutions internationally. The other key component is scientific, pedagogical, and educational cooperation, whose objective is construction of new educational technologies, joint research, education of foreign students, mutual participation of students in teaching, practice, and the use of global ranking and equality systems. During the past half-century, internationalization has evolved from a marginal activity to a key aspect of the global education agenda. How are Kenyan universities then faring on with internationalization? Universities in Kenya have entered into partnerships and collaborations with other cross-border universities as a strategy to advance internationalization. And overall, 6,202 foreign students are enrolled in the Kenyan universities. This indicates efforts of universities in Kenya to offer educational and research programs that attract foreign students. The progress of internationalization by universities in Kenya has been hampered by challenges such as limited resources for marketing of their programs, less programs that attract foreign students, and accommodation space for foreign students. MOUs and partnerships with international institutes that are somehow dormant. Which strategies can universities in Kenya use to enhance internationalization? One is participate in more multicultural, multinational, and international research consortiums. Review curriculum to develop courses which can attract foreign students. Signing more partnerships and linkages with the foreign universities to market their programs and have them internationally accredited and recognized. Promote more publications in high-impact international journals. Benchmarking with the best aspect regionally and internationally. Aggressive marketing in the international arena. Aggressive implementation of the signed MOUs. Review admission procedures and the fee structures for foreign students, and improvement of infrastructure like accommodation for foreign students, and then enhance modern technological advancement appropriate for learning remotely. In conclusion, universities are essentially universal and international, but at the same time acknowledging the local context in the world of nations. Internationalization is intended to complement, harmonize, and extend the local dimension and not dominate it. If this is not observed, there is a possibility of backlash and for internationalization to be seen as homogenizing or economic agent. Honoring and building on local culture and the context is a fundamental tenet of internationalization. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. This topic, we covered it partially yesterday, the first day. But based on what Professor has done, and thank you very much, Presenter Professor Mugendi, there are areas that we need to think about, particularly when we come to undertake our resolutions. It just reminds me that if you look at the population of Scotland, they have a population of not more than 5 million people, thereabout, and they have over 20 universities, and over 80% of the university population is foreign students, and they are always on the waiting list. Just reflect back and see ourselves. When we talk about internationalization of university education, I like Professor using both terms, internationalization and globalization, and there is a big discourse among the scientists. They are now calling it CLOCO. CLOCO. You are local but global. CLOCO. It's just borrowing. You are local but global. And particularly leveraging on ICT and the virtual space of teaching. When we are doing the blended learning, we are doing the online learning, we are actually practicing CLOCO. You are a local, but global, or global and local wherever you are, including conferences. How do we leverage on the CLOCO for us to harvest on internationalization? Another component that we have also to think about when he was making the presentation, that we must redefine the virtual space, whether we are calling it platform, the virtual classroom. And the virtual space is so central to us. All of us are having e-library resources, are having e-classes, are having e-doing business, are having, so what do we, all this we are doing, by the way, we are all doing it. Emails, it's global, and you are sending an email here and it's going everywhere. What kind of resolution do we come up with in what we are doing now? So the question that we have is that when we come back, please make a very good resolution, particularly with ICT, how we leverage on it, and then do the internationalization. Kenya, we have not done very well on academic tourism. Australia is doing fantastic, but we have not done well on academic tourism. And I really want it to come to the basic. When the students come in, I want us to think, one, it came out in the presentation when we talked about it. I don't know who said it, but it came very clear. Do we have an almanac that sustains internationalization? Or when there is a small strike or a small, all the international students are left there. Do we have a master timetable in our universities? If you come to Bomet, I've put it there. The lecturers are not happy, but for me, I know they don't need to be happy. A master timetable in the sense of a master timetable. I went to the university in the US, and the academic timetable was put in place in 1952. Even when you are employed, your letter will say, you will be teaching Tuesdays, Wednesday, and Thursday. It's in your appointment letter at this time. If we cannot have those small innovations, look at the almanac, look at the calendar that can sustain international students, so that when we have closed, the students don't close, whatever happens. These are just my insights. Let me invite commission, and then we will make progress as we go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nangulu. Remember, you are also a commissioner. She is not hearing me. My name is Professor Grace Njoroge, Deputy Commission Secretary in charge of accreditation and acting in the office of the CEO. So if you see on your program, you not see my name. So I'm just facilitating. I would like to just run a few slides as we reflect on the matter of recognition, specifically of academic programs that are professional in nature. And I know that all of us here, the council chairs, the vice chancellors, are familiar with the process we have been through in terms of accreditation of professional academic programs on offer in universities. I want to start by saying that that matter of accreditation has finally been sorted out, but the matter on the program has to do with the professional bodies and statutory organizations recognizing those accredited programs that are on offer in universities. I start by saying that as a policy of government, the matter of enhancing access has been a key priority in our strategy that can be referred to as expansionary, because there's been a great idea that we need to expand access. And if you look at the institutions, we have grown them. And I like what one of us said earlier in the week, that accreditation, especially on institutions, has a political component, so we can't say we will not accredit more. But if you look at the number of programs on offer, they're almost now getting to about 5,000. If we bring in those ones that are undergoing evaluation, they could actually be much more. And the growth also of the enrollment is high. But if we look at the next slide, thinking about how many of these programs really are in the professional area, you will realize that they are quite minimal, but very significant. I just brought out those that are 4% and above. And you see that other than public health, most of the other professional programs are much less than we would want to have. But coming to the subject of the day, in 2016, we had an amendment of the Universities Act, and Section 5A came up, and this brought out the issue that if there are any conflicts in any law, then this law, the Universities Act, prevails. And that made the professional bodies that were also accrediting professional programs were unhappy, especially on number 2, that all academic programs on offer in universities becoming the exclusive mandate of the commission, and the matter of accreditation of those programs therefore being only by one institution, which is the practice in other countries. And so that made some professional bodies unhappy, but there was provision on this amendment to provide for the commission consulting, not approving academic programs that are professional in nature without consulting the relevant professional bodies, and if need be, engage them. And there is even provision that the commission could decide that such professional bodies with an arrangement provided and well structured could even undertake inspection on behalf of the commission. And therefore that led to the High Court petition number 37 of 2017. And there are key things that the court noted. And one of the things that is very clear is that the matter of the external quality assurance of the country, that is the commission, accrediting all programs on offer in universities is not unconstitutional. The other finding of the court is that it's not just the accreditation, the licensing and other matters is already vested at the commission, and therefore removing issues of multiple bodies doing the same task. The other matter is that by the court pronouncing itself in regard to the commission taking up the matter of accreditation, then that in itself repeals the statutes that the professional bodies were operating on. The second thing that happened is that that under that section that the petitioners did not quite demonstrate that section 5.1, which I have just displayed, is unconstitutional, and therefore the case was dismissed. Now that left us at a place where as a commission we really wanted to define, if you can go to the next slide, we wanted to define if we are going to engage, consult professional bodies in the process of accreditation, what ought we to do? What framework would the commission have that would ensure that professional bodies also recognize the programs that the commission has accredited? And therefore, after the court ruling in 2020, we had to seriously engage those that were willing, and we even developed MOUs on how we wanted to work together. But of course, with the MOUs, we also needed to get the advice of the government legal expert in the Office of the Attorney General. And after we got we sent the MOUs that were ready at the time, we got an advice from the Attorney General. And one of the challenges then of those MOUs is that there were fees being charged for accreditation by both the commission and the universities. And therefore, it didn't look viable that the universities will pay an accreditation fee to the commission and pay to the professional bodies. The other issue that the AG had a problem with, and he advised accordingly, was that it still looked like a parallel accreditation process, when the law is very specific that the commission shall accredit. And therefore, the matter was brought back, and I believe we did write to all the universities, and as a commission, we have continued to engage the Attorney General to ensure that any engagement we have with the professional bodies is guarded in law, is based on law. And one of the things we really want is that as we amend our frameworks of our accreditation, which we have begun, we already have a draft on standard and guidelines that are revised from the 2014 version. We will be bringing it to the floor of the for stakeholder engagement, and we have provided, for example, the involvement of professional bodies in determination of hours, instructional hours, rationale, admission criteria, and including academic credit accumulation and transfer. The other area that we have felt that we will engage professional bodies so that they also recognize the programs that we are accrediting in way of consulting and engaging is to ensure that we have them in our panel meetings and in evaluating the curriculum. Because the AG's advice was that there shall be no parallel accreditation process, but the consultation can be done so that the accreditation is through the commission, but with sufficient involvement of professional bodies. So this is what we are trying to, or we are engaging the AG about, so that as already there are programs that we are accrediting that are professional, that the students, as they leave the universities, they are not rejected by the professional bodies who are supposed to register them. So in due course, we will have a firm and well-recognized framework whereby that consultation and that engagement is based on an agreed platform. What we want to remove is parallel processes, and number two, relieve the universities of these hefty accreditation fees that we have already known how much it costs. If you have a nursing program, you have an engineering program, you have all the other professional programs in the university. Sometimes we wonder even how the universities handle this. I was looking at our database, those that have disclosed themselves, we have about 25 now registered professional bodies. And I wonder if you have all the 25, how will you handle and how much money do you need? So one process, but in a very consultative manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Grace Njoroge, my colleague in my other life. My other life, you know, I was at commission. And sometimes it's very hard. The sins you committed somewhere, even when you pray hard, not all of them are forgiven. Sometimes colleagues bash me a lot, but I'm always happy that the frameworks we brought at commission are working. And I want to appreciate particularly the presentation. And the most important issue here that we have to look at it is the parallel accreditation. And particularly within our theme of sustaining university education, when you have crowded space of regulatory bodies and professionals, all of them want to be in the university to get some of the money. Professor Njoroge has made it very clear what commission has taken, the steps they have taken. So we do not now need to say anything much, but we get a resolution on it. How do we want to operate with professional bodies? And even the legal minds also gave university a benefit of doubt, and they are already implementing what was put in place. It also just reminds me another area that we need to think of in terms of resolution. And my senior professor, Chacha, mentioned it in one of the presentations. In one of his remarks, the whole question of credit accumulation and transfer system. This has already been there since when Professor Chacha was at the University Council. Sisi tulikuwa watu wa mkono. So I've also done those as part of watu wa mkono to bring up that accumulation credit transfer. Even we went ahead and we put in place cross-border academic mobilities. It is there. You are allowed. What is being presented here from Commission for University Education, it is replicated in the region. And it is only us to tap on it, particularly on cross-border academic mobilities. Students can move on. Even in the University Council has been giving scholarships. You can go to another university and teach a semester and come back. So some of it for information, but also what resolution do we put in place? Everything has been set for us. Can I open it up, please, so that we can get comments? And they have to be very, very brief because we still have 2 more presentations then before we finalize on our resolutions. I've seen the chair of Council, Egerton, Wario. I've seen Joe Wust, Professor, you'll be number 2. Akama, you'll be number last because you're always giving very wrong comments. You know me, and don't mind about it. You'll be last. No, long, very long. I didn't say wrong, I said long. Very long comments. No, I don't have a problem with R, where I come from. So Professor Micheka, that was yours. So you'll just come last. Don't mind my brother, so that you tie it up. Yes, number 3. And I didn't say, it is Micheka who said wrong, not me, Akama, please. So I can never say that to you. No. It is, this was this. So let's move on.
Thank you.
And okay, so then we have, and then Professor Akama. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nangulu. Thank you very much. My name is Wario, Chair of Egerton. I just want to say, we had a bit of this yesterday, a little, but I would like to say that, you know, Professor Mugendi's presentation, excellent, and I would like us to internationalize our systems to attract more money for education to be a pillar of this economy. It is possible, and attract actually the largest funding, you know, the largest income, export income for this country. One way I've seen in the UK is that they have segregated fee structure. I want this to be noted as a resolution. Segregated fee structure to students means those who come from Kenya pay the least, and those who come from East Africa region pay the next high, then COMESA region, then Africa region, then wider world, so that external students underwrite fees for Kenyan students and make it cheaper for Kenyan students. That is something that we've got to think about. In the UK, the English students pay the lowest, European Union pay the next lowest, Wario and others from the Commonwealth fund the others, underwrite the others, and they make money out of us, even if you belong to the Commonwealth. That is one suggestion. Now, international scholarships, you know, Tomboya started from between 1959 and 63. He flew out 800 people to the US. And those are our first leaders. Professor Wangari Maathai, Philip Ochieng, so many of them I can name, Professor Marangu, many of them came from there. So Kenya should not just be sending out to students, we should be offering scholarships to others. You know, it is more blessed to give than to receive, the Holy Book says. We must offer foreign students scholarships, Kenya government scholarship. In that way, we make friends. In that way, These people, when they graduate and go to their countries, we make business with them. They understand Kiswahili, they understand Kenyan cultures and values, and they become much more friendly. So you are investing in your economy by giving scholarships to foreigners. But we must put our house in order. You know, when we talk about CBAs, when you talk about unionization, unions, when you talk about WASU and KUDEHA, when you talk about strikes, this is not healthy for international students. They don't want a disrupted program. You know, a parent who sends a student to Kenya wants to know that they have sent the student and this, in 4 years, 3 years, they have to graduate. And any disruption cannot be tolerated. So we have got to put our house in order. We have regional blocks, ESE, IGAD, COMESA, the Horn of Africa region. We can segregate fees, I think, in that way. I talked about Tom Mboya. I also want to mention his daughter, Susan Mboya, who is the chief executive of Coca-Cola Africa, and she founded, following her father's footsteps, Zawadi Africa Education Fund, and she started in 2002 to give scholarships to poor African girls to study in the USA and in Canada. And she's doing a good job. And she's not doing it just for Kenya, she's doing it for Ghana, for Mozambique, for other African countries. We need more Kenyans following on that initiative. Otherwise, I won't talk very much. Nashukuru sana, Professor.
Thank you so much, President Angulu, for giving me a chance, and the panelists for very useful contributions. The first one, when we are talking about globalization, we can also peg it on the experience you have seen elsewhere. For example, Japan came as a program called Monbusho's program for internationalizing their program and education system in Japan. And it has worked very well for them. German came up with German Academic Exchange Program, a deliberate effort to internationalize their program, plus many other examples that we can borrow. I think for us, especially to make even our universities globally competitive, we must find a way of coming up with some deliberate effort to internationalize our programs. And without a deliberate effort for scholarship and support for the brightest and needy ones, it becomes very difficult within our regional context. Fortunately for us, the World Bank has come up with these centers of excellence. And currently there are 3 in Kenya. At Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, a center for food security. And we have got regional students. Right now, there are about 100 of them, both at master's and PhD, drawn from different countries within African context. It's a way of internationalize our programs in that context. There's one at Moi University and also Egerton in that framework. So I think if there's a deliberate effort, we can make our globalization easier, but it comes at a cost. Let me also just say that when it comes to these levies being charged by different professional bodies, we are over-commercializing the education sector, and it's increasingly becoming very expensive for the poor student because this cost likely is passed to the student. The fact that we have got a credible commission for university education is sufficient to regulate the university sector. I think as scholars, we need to come up together and see how best we can contribute and have the professionals, once they have been trained by the universities, pay that levy for themselves to be registered as practitioners in those respective areas. But universities should be given the leeway to offer academic programs once they have been properly accredited by Q. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, Professor Kama will be the last person.
Thank you, Professor Nanguru. Mine is on internationalization of university education. I'm very familiar with this field. My suggestion is that when we talk of internationalization, it means we are raising the bar, or we are being elevated to operate at that level in terms of program quality and coherency to best practices. We must ensure that most of our programs in bachelor's, especially bachelor's and postgraduate, the courses, the design, the depth and the breadth of courses are consistent with what is offered in Harvard. If it's a Bachelor of Science in data science, the credit hours are consistent, because I think yesterday I saw 1 credit hour is equivalent to 10 hours. I thought it's 15. I think we need to be very consistent in that. The course outline designs should be very comprehensive. The program learning outcomes, and I think what the Commission has presented, it's great that they are able to align to the professional bodies. But I think if each program learning outcome, the overall, what we call the umbrella learning outcomes, should show this outcome is consistent to say a standard in, let's say, nursing or in any program that is consistent with the registration body, or the other one is who are the lecturers. I think we also need to insist on empowering our faculty in terms of research, in terms of their track, publication, peer-reviewed, because when we internationalize, these are the most important areas that some of institutions globally will look at. What is the universe, what their programs, their faculty, and other related. I think those are my contributions.
Thank you very much. We have closed, and Professor Kama is the last person.
Thank you. As you can see, I am being discriminated upon. Even my senior, Professor Micheka, is saying that I'm giving wrong sentence comments, which is very shocking. I belong to a university. We have got a degree in medicine and surgery among these young universities. Name any young university with a degree in medicine and surgery. We have got law, and our law program is the best in the country, ahead of the University of Nairobi and other universities. So I'm not an irrelevant person. I'm not, and I take, So, concerning these professional bodies, still I want to say that notwithstanding the laws in place, in many instances they are still acting log. And I want to give an example of CLE, the Council for Legal Education, and even the Kenya School of Law. Still, they want us to pay fee. They come almost regularly, maybe every quarter, trying to see what we are doing in the universities and raising all kinds of issues. And then even the nursing body, same issues. There's this dietetics body, another one dealing with the dietetics. Similar issues we are experiencing, as much as the law is very clear. And those are not really wrong observations. Now, worse still, the Kenya School of Law, after we have trained our kids rigorously in accredited programs, they now again go and re-examine them for a duration of 2 years. And in fact, as we talk now, there is mass failure. Almost 90% of the kids who sit for those Kenya School of Law exams, they fail. And at the end of it, a large percentage, almost 20%, eventually drop out, and they are never able to practice law. Those are tenable issues which I want Q to follow up. Do we really need, again, our students, again, whom we have trained in our universities, accredited programs, and then they are taken through another process? And I hear, in those Kenya School of Law exams, there is a lot of irregularities there. People buy exams. You know, examiners are bribed. I think those are issues which we have got to tackle here, so that we are able to protect our kids. Now, finally, the issue of internationalization and the issue of foreign students is a very good topic. And I believe that Kenya, we have got an advantage, particularly if we have got to really do things properly, of attracting so many students from Africa, particularly from the Eastern African region and even Central Africa. But the way I see it, when you go to these universities in the Western world, which have got very successful programs, what they do is that, first and foremost, a university has got a very clear policy and the structures on how to admit, to market themselves, admit students, and how those students are managed. One thing I think we need to think about is the issue of we having what we call the Foreign Students Office. It's a very important. All those universities you go, you find that they have got a Foreign Students Office with very clear people there working, policy documents, and they track the international students when they are admitted. They do the marketing. They travel all over the world to attract the students. So we can do it in our universities through these foreign students' offices. We can go out and market ourselves and many other things. So we have got those potentials. And surprisingly, by the way, we have not even said the element in the room. Kenyans' parents spend billions and billions of shillings taking their kids to do a degree in political science in Canada, to go and do a degree in public relations in America. Billions of shillings are wasted every year. We have got to look for ways to reverse that, so that we are able to talk about sustainability of our education systems. So to look for ways to reverse that, so that we are able to talk about sustainability of our education systems. So those are the relevant comments I wanted to make. And by the way, it is my democratic right. Whenever I speak irrelevant things, it's my right to speak that. It's my right to speak that. Thank you. No. And I'm not an
Professor Micheka, John Nakama is my very good friend, so you'll comfort him later because I know him, and for me, I know him so much, so I'm just happy, but I
have mic here.
We need to make progress. We need to make progress, and I'm going to allow the chair of council, where I'm professor, first to protect myself.
Thank you.
And then when my VC also carries the hand, I get confused. So what we are going to do is that I'll allow the chair of council, Moi, the VC Moi, my age mate, Professor Odhiambo, you are here. Please don't do many harassment. Now, you know, we are completely out of time. Then Professor Micheka and last commission to close. In that order, and please let us respect the order.
Thank you. I'll be brief. And I want to contribute on the issue of professional bodies vis-a-vis the training in our universities. I say that because I have been a chairman of a professional body. I practice both surveying and law. I'm also an arbitrator and a mediator. And in a way, I think it is very important that we appreciate the role of professional bodies vis-a-vis the training, such that perhaps we know moving forward, can we be able to breed the two, because both of them are interested with the product. The universities are more on the training. The professional bodies are more on sustaining the standards in the industry. And it is important so that you don't appear to be fighting, because I don't think there should be a fight. It's a question of Q collaborating with the universities, because from, say, the Royal Society of Kenya, the Institutional Surveyors of Kenya, or these other professional bodies, is a question of standards once you are in the industry. And therefore, if these professional bodies can collaborate with the university, there should be no tension, because really your interest is your products. Are they relevant to the market and the changing dynamics of the market? There should be no fight from my point of view.
Thank you very much. Please make it very brief. When I stand, it means your 1 minute is done. So you sum up.
So thank you, Chair. I think I'm not going to repeat what my chairs mentioned about working collaboratively with the professional bodies, because we had a case with CLE, which really protracted for almost 4 years. But we were able to sit down and agree. And we've made them part of our, review program in terms of before the program comes to queue, we also sit with them as part of the stakeholders, and it's made our life very easy. And things are moving well. One thing about internationalization is the stability. As we come to the conclusion of it later on, is which aspects do we internationalize? The students, academic mobility of our staff members, and the students, research as well. And also the programs, because sometimes we stop at Q, but lately we've realized there are also international bodies that accredit our programs to have more confidence with the students. And we've done two. If I can be an example, in textiles, we call it material and textile engineering and energy studies, which we did with Aquas in Germany. And then lastly, Chair, is the welfare of the students that come into our universities as foreign students. They are unique character that you need to address issues of welfare, housing, name it, okay? And I know Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, they've done very well in terms of housing, even us, Egerton as well. And these are good lessons that you can learn from. So I just wanted to say, let's look at all aspects of internationalizing our programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And I forgot, the students from the East African region are supposed to pay the same fees as Kenyans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So from Wario.
Okay. Professor Odhiambo, Micheka, and then Professor Odhiambo, please don't give someone else.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about internationalization, and this touches on Commission for University Education. strategies right now in the 21st century for promoting this depends on, basically I think my chair of council talked about this yesterday, what we call the articulations and the micro-credentialing. Now articulation, like if I'm doing a diploma, 1 + 1, the 2 years, then I do 1 year here in Kenya or in Meru University, and then I do 1 year somewhere else and vice versa. And if it is 2 + 2, that is 2 years and then 2 years the other side. 3 + 1 + 1, 3 years here, 1 the other side, and another 1, and you get a master's. Now, these strategies need to be captured in our standard and regulations, especially the diploma things. When somebody comes from University of Toronto, for example, with a diploma, and he wants to come here and you tell him now you are going to still do the same thing in year 1 diploma or undergraduate, that discourages them. So my appeal is that let the commission, through our standards and regulations, do recognize this concept of articulations or micro-credentialing, and that will really help us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Prof, thank you.
Madam Chair, really, let me assure my brother, my brother, she said it, I didn't say anything. Please allow me to just say 2 things, really. First, Chair, and I don't know whether Professor Wandiga is here, could you please ensure that when we call ourselves really Professor Emeritus, it is us calling ourselves. I am Professor Emeritus in this country, and I've seen even drivers calling themselves Drivers Emeritus. Can you try to really, you guys protect your names and protect these big names you have? You get Professor so please, that's the first one. Number 2, having really I am out, and I want to just tell you, please, if you don't mind, give me about 2 minutes to tell you why internationalization may perhaps not even work the way we are at the present time. I know everything is money, but I think you touched it, Professor Kam, a bit, and my brother there from Moi. The conditions of living of our own students that we admit, and the way we admit them, and the way they live in those hostels, and the way they use those toilets, and the way they use those showers, has a lot to be desired. Hold on. Eating. Please, colleagues, you are very senior people, I know, but occasionally take a tour in one of the halls, Hall 6, Hall 4. Find out how pathetic such a situation even on foreign students. No foreign student who has come saving from South Africa would want to go in those kind of housing that we have. Problems, big ones. Second, I think this is free. I really wished I would get a team to explain. We have the worst public relations. I have foreign students who come to me, masters, crying, saying, I'm being asked bribe to follow up credentials. Really? I'm being asked something to put marks in. My dissertation is not going. The worst PR that we have in our universities, just check that. Registrars, don't follow. The last bit, I think Akama, you didn't say it stronger. Kenya School of Law, if you really want to help us, commission, go streamline those examination failures. They fail en masse. If 20% pass, 80% actually fail. What actually is can you go do even an investigation, find out those people who teach, what they teach, how different it is from what you teach. Like my brother says, Kisii University with the best law students, they go there and he says almost all of them flunk out and they give up. Could you help, please?
You, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Prof, thank you very much. The emeritus will be defended. I think the bottom line between the universities and the professional bodies, the CUE and the professional bodies, is money. So we're going to continue doing our job at the commission according to the law, and we will continue to engage. I think the able acting CEO of CUE has demonstrated that our law actually allows us to work with those professional bodies. It's just that when they work with us, they are supposed to work as part of us, in a panel, in a team. But they want money. They want to derive money from going to see you. That's why they want to come direct. I want to tell the universities, whenever these professional bodies come to your place, without a letter from us, send them away. You'll be doing what the law says. Tell them, go to the commission, let them give you a letter to come here, that you are coming to work on their behalf. We can't have multiple or double accreditation processes of academic programs. Number two, I think as far as internationalization is concerned, this region we have done a lot. Chairperson, Professor Nangulu, you know that at the Inter-University Council, all these things have been streamlined. Credit transfer system, movement of students. Start local. Let's even exchange students between Embu University and Kisii University. Because we don't even exchange students here. Let one student, in America, that's what happens. You can spend one semester in the University of Indiana at Bloomington, and then you move on to Berkeley and take the next semester in Berkeley. So until we streamline our systems, we shall just be talking about internationalization, etc., and we will not get it. During this meeting, let's have one of our resolutions that will look at this area in terms of how it enriches the university academic programs, as well as bring some little money here and there. It is not money which will enrich you, but I think it's important. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. It has been very hard to control this session because it's a topic maybe we are all looking at it as emerging issues. But I want still to make comfort to everyone that internationalization in our universities is taking place. We already were given even statistics here. We have over 6,000 students in our universities. And this also takes individual initiatives, which you should take. If you ask my VC at Moi, he gave me a whole house. And I've been doing academic mobility for the last 3 years with a project funded by European Union and the university benefits, and we are doing credit transfer. Centers of excellence are already doing it. We just discussed, even over lunchtime, Professor Gong will tell you, I've been to the center severally, what it is doing. Egerton, they have. Professor is here. Moi, they have. The point we need to look at it is that what are the indicators or initiatives that we can leverage on as recommendation, and we build on what is already working. Centers of excellence are working. The whole world, maybe the issue that has come on the floor, which we also need to look at it, who regulates curricula for professional bodies? And Professor John Akama has put it very clearly. Maybe Commission now should tell us, and we put input, who regulates the curricula at School of Law? And who assesses them? Should they not be assessed by anyone? I think that has come up very clearly, and Commission is here. They can give that way. My last comment on it is that the world has gone part of internationalization. We used to cry about brain drain. But now, the global world with virtual space, we are talking about brain gain and brain circulation. This is what we need to look at. And with that, I want to invite Professor Muluvi to take us to the next level by inviting, we have treasure in the room, and that is what we needed to have had more. But we kind of just didn't want to follow that.
I think before that, we can give a minute, and Professor Mungendi a minute, if you want to say anything.
Thank you, Professor Muluvi. Very quickly, I want to say that the fact that the Commission does accreditation for a given university's professional program, it does not stop you as a university to undertake optional recognition over and above. Some universities would like to do that with a certain other organization. What we want and what we have been guided is that the minimum accreditation for the program to run is the mandate of the commission. In terms of internationalization, the commission, with partnership with other commissions in the region, has already established a framework of a harmonized framework for accreditation of programs in the East African region, for example. And it is in place, and universities can apply to offer their programs in Tanzania or wherever. That is already in place. The last comment, maybe before I go to the last one, what Professor Naguru has mentioned is that our mandate as a commission is the programs on offer in the universities. You have raised a very serious concern, and I think we pick it up in terms of policy. Who regulates that curriculum that a professional body offers so that they register the graduate? Who regulates that? I think I will carry that home. It's a very interesting direction. The last one is that because we were already guided that by the pronouncement of the court ruling, the statutes that professional bodies used to enter universities were repealed, it would be illegal after that ruling for a professional body to come to a university in the name of an inspection. It is not legal. So we expect that we finish the consultation and engagement that we are having through the office of the AG, then we get back to you as universities with our advisory on how we are working. Before then, it would be unfortunate to allow them to continue doing what they have been doing in the past, but we respect their input enough to want a framework whereby, like the chair, Professor Chacha has said for the commission, that we are coming to you as a commission to say, for this professional body, this is the arrangement. But without that, it is illegal to engage. Thank you very much.
Professor Mungendi and Dr. Shem have said they have nothing to add. So we will proceed to the next session. We have to proceed to the next session because we invited the people to come to talk with us, and we need to give them an opportunity to talk. Yesterday, our principal secretary was in constant communication with the PS National Treasury to come and make a presentation which was supposed to be done yesterday morning on fiscal interventions, options for resource mobilization for university education. And at night, the PS sent me a message, and he said that Mr. Abraham Koech has been sent by the PS National Treasury to come and make a presentation on his behalf. I request Mr. Abraham Koech to come in front, but in the meantime, we thank you. We can clap for them. We thank also Professor Nagulu. And then I invite Professor, the VC of Jomo Kenyatta, Professor Ngumi, to come. That was our session yesterday. She did not complete. So come in front so that you can now present over this session. Remember, we are expecting Professor Ouma, who again was invited by our principal secretary from the University of Pretoria to make a presentation, and we expect him anytime. That's only presentation which is remaining, and then we will go through, we'll look at the recommendations which we have been able to capture over the last 3 days, and then we'll be able to end the meeting. Professor Ngumi. take a seat, yeah? So you take over.
Asante sana. Thank you. Karibu sana.
You just moderate the discussion.
So I introduce you as Abraham Koech.
Abraham. I thought you are Mr. Abraham Koech.
Yes, I'm the one. Okay, okay.
Abraham Koech.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. Or is it good good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm back again. I wasn't expecting to come back again, but my chairman has requested. So I take this opportunity without really wasting any more time to introduce our speaker for this afternoon. And this is Dr. Abraham Koech, Mr. Abraham Koech. There is one particular session which we were supposed to have yesterday, and we said when the speaker comes, we will invite him up here, and we are very happy to have him today. So karibu sana, and we are ready for you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. The chairpersons of university councils present, and also the chairpersons of institutions under research, the VCs of the various universities who are here, principals of the various constituent colleges, chair of these sessions, and all participants. Good afternoon. My name is Abraham Koech from the National Treasury. I've been directed by my boss, Bwana PS, to make a presentation on that topic on his behalf. Okay, at the National Treasury, I'm an undersecretary, stroke assistant director in the Department of Government Investments and Public Enterprises. And in short, it's normally called CHIPE. So in CHIPE, that is Government Investments and Public Enterprises, we actually oversee all policy matters in regard to our the entire state corporation sector where the universities fall. And while in Treasury, I'm also the deputy leader in charge of the entire university education and research, as well as half of state departments, state corporations in the State Department of Tourism. So, so on matters university, niko nyumbani, I'm quite fast with the landscape. Your last budgets for all the universities under the State Department of University Education and Research actually went through my hands, actually cleared them for approval. So actually well versed with the landscape. And we may not have answers for all your concerns, but this session I'm sure is going to be quite engaging. And we look forward to more robust engagements once we have the new ministers and PSS going forward. So kindly let's proceed. You've seen that, the outline. So we're saying in the last few years, we've seen expansion of university education, whereby as at end of last year, we had a total of 75 universities, of which 39 are public universities, as well as their constituent colleges, plus 36 private universities. The student enrollment actually has grown from 324, 560,000 in 2013/14 financial year to 548,76 as at end of 2019/20 financial year. And I'm sure the numbers are actually have kept on rising. What we note is that the growth in numbers of students has not been matched with resource allocation. And looking at the current budget estimates, under the State Department of University Education, this is the allocation. Gross expenditure is 102.9 billion, out of which you're able to raise an A in A from your own sources, 42.4 billion, and GOK grants to the State Department is 60.5 billion, out of which a whopping 40 billion are grants to support the current expenditure for universities. In regard to development expenditure, that's what was allocated to the State Department, out of which the entire 4.48 billion has actually been extended to universities as GOK grants for development expenditures. Okay, let's go to the key challenges. That is one of them, that currently as we speak, quite a number of the institutions are actually have challenges in meeting their short-term obligations as a result of issues noted below, that you're actually collaborating with cost to do it staff. And when you look at your recurrent expenditure, 2/3 of that is a result of personnel-related costs. And this has arisen as a result of your CPS. Okay, you also have challenges in raising your fees, because there's a bit of capping by government as to how much students can pay for tuition, and it means then you've got to rely on government's capitation to support your operations. Okay, we also have the elephant in the room, accumulation of pending bills. As at April last year, the pending bills stood at about 57 billion. That's actually the elephant in the room. Yes, and the breakdown is as follows. You can see what you owe KRA is in the tune of 20 billion. Unlimited deductions to NSSF, another 30. Okay, that's 38 million. What's outstanding to NHIF? 17 million. To your SACCOs, about 2.6 billion. For loan deductions, what's outstanding is about 1.2 billion. To pension arrears, very high at 17.2 billion. To other deductions at about 2 billion. Contractors, about 2.5 billion. And to your suppliers, also quite a huge figure of about 11 billion. So in total, as at end of last year, you can see we are not doing so well in terms of accumulating payables, and something needs to be done about it. Okay, some of the challenges, of course, include challenges in regard to capitation to universities by government to meet your payroll and other operational requirements. You also have challenges in revenue, raising other sources of revenue, because up to some time back, there was heavy reliability on private sponsored students, what you used to call parallel programs. And because of, I think, some measures taken to cap cheating at, I think, at secondary schools, it meant that the students coming in through parallel programs have gone down, and you have challenges actually raising your revenues through through such streams. Another elephant in the room has been sustainability of your CPS, collective bargaining agreements. And we know that universities are actually still struggling to clear CPS for 2013 to 2016 and also 2017 to 2021. This actually has weighed down heavily on universities. There's a problem to do with CPS. We cannot run away from it. We have to provide a solution to the same. Okay, let's call it as it is, of establishment. And when it comes to this, we have chairs here of councils, VCs. This is the elephant in the room. We have to address this issue. As at 2021, total number of staff in public universities stood at 31,039, as you've seen. Academic staff, 11,226, and non-teaching staff, non-core activity, a total of 19,813. Look at the ratio of teaching to non-teaching staff. It's actually weighing down heavily on our public universities. It's at 33 to 67, meaning your key resources are actually being consumed by non-core activities. That's the challenge we are facing. Okay, go back. Okay, we're also facing issues to do with movement now towards online learning, and comes, of course, with attendant costs. You've got to prepare yourselves to go for virtual learning, and you need some resources to adopt that. It's becoming one of the cost drivers. And another elephant in the room, I'm sure, across most of our universities, we have stalled projects, ishakula pesa, and we have nothing in between. Arising out of it. Hostels are not complete. It's coupled a few billions or millions, and nothing out of it. That's one of the such situations across some of our big universities. Okay, let's see what options, what solutions do we have, proposed solutions. We may not have solutions for everything. The first one is let's target quick wins. These are quick solutions. These are simple solutions at our disposal. Like, for instance, do we have a lot of idle assets or that are, to a great extent, not adding any value to our universities? Like, for instance, if you have excess land, you're not utilizing it in the next several years, must you hang on to it? A lot of obsolete equipment, commercial buildings and all that. So what we're saying is, let's see, do we have any idle assets that are of no value? And you see, when you have idle assets, it also comes with cost of maintenance. See that kind of cost-benefit analysis. And if you can do that, a clear cost-benefit analysis, can you seek for approval for disposal of the same? That can be considered. Okay, let's come to the issues of accumulating payables. This is a sticky area, and it requires a bit of negotiations. Look at several options to clear the areas, taxes, and other statutory obligations. So a lot of engagement is required with key stakeholders, your line ministry, treasury, and your councils to clear the outstanding debt. Okay, let's go to rationalization of costs. Like, for instance, do you have non-viable satellite campuses or schools? So consider actually merging satellite campuses that are not viable and quite a number of schools that actually consuming. And when you look at the outcomes in terms of revenues, inakula pesa, but they're not getting so much in terms of return. Let's confront it. So could we think of kindly go back, of matter of such schools, and right sizing of non-core staff. You've seen the ratio is not favorable to our universities, and we require a lot of engagements with your line ministry, key stakeholders, your councils, treasury, and all that, so that we somehow will not run away from right sizing. Do we really need those? This is something we have to we have to revisit and see. Shedding off of some excess staff, especially in non-core areas, to a great extent is quite inevitable. It's up to the councils to revisit that issue and see how much can you save by actually seeing off staff in non-core areas. Let's proceed. Okay, reforming CPA process. We have to confront this. Like for instance, the resource space of Kibabii University, the resource space of Friends University, Sitka Mosi, MUST, Moi University, Chekwat, University of Nairobi. You cannot compare the resource space of University of Nairobi to Kibabii or to Eldoret University and all that. So if you look at the process of negotiations and agreement, it's more blanket. It's assuming if you're providing for an increase of 15%, it's across all the universities. Is that really tenable, considering your resource capabilities? So what we are proposing from our end is, let's look at issues of consideration for ability to pay, principle of equal work for equal pay, hence domicile all the CPA negotiations agreements in the individual universities. This is to take care of your resource capacity. Otherwise, when you give you blanket of 15% for Moi, for Nairobi, Chekwat, KU, compared to a small fish like Seku or something like that, that's the idea we have in mind. Of course, this is subject to further engagement and a lot of stakeholder engagement. It's actually worth revisiting the issue of CPA. It's actually, if you look at it, it's been issues of strikes and all that. It's actually been stalling your academic programs. Even when you're talking peak of attracting international students, how will you navigate the same when you have after every 6 months or whatever it is after CPA, you have strikes and all that. So that's actually the elephant in the room. The other issue is the review of university funding model. This issue of DCU, the differentiated unit cost. Of course, as initially agreed, government was supposed to contribute 80% and the balance of 20% to come from students and the universities. If you look at the figures as we speak, we are not doing well because of resource constraints, and government contribution at the moment is on average about 50%, about 49.1%. So start some meaningful engagement with your line ministry to see how sustainable is this EU model. We cannot run away from it. Somehow, we have to provide a solution towards the same. Okay, other basic solutions, reduce cost drivers, like for your utilities. Could we think of going green technology and even getting benefits of online learning so as to reduce establishment costs? Okay. There's also the issue of tuition fee collections without actually putting so much strain on your students. Can you go back, please? And here we need the support of your brother in the sector help. The issue of student loan scheme. Could we have the support of Higher Education Loans Board in terms of revisit? What is your support to your students in terms of the loan program so that these guys are able to navigate their education programs? Actually, happen to sit in one of the university councils, and there's a lot of suffering as discussed by some of the key participants. We have a challenge. Those guys are actually suffering. Okay. Other options, develop viable commercial operations, like for instance, seek new business opportunities and partner with the industry in order to boost your income generating activities. Think of strong linkages in terms of training, research, and commercialization of innovations. These are the new frontiers in the academic area, the issues of commercialization of innovations vis-a-vis the industry. If you can work very well with the industry on that, it may bring in some revenue streams. Proceed, please. Go back. Okay. This has been discussed at length. A lot of duplicated academic programs, taking in a lot of resources and duplicated all over. So could we think of eliminating duplication of these programs? And I'm sure you have courses attracting only 10 students. Kumi tu peke yake ama 20. Are those courses viable? Could we think of phasing out such courses that are not able to attract students? You can synergize with your other sister universities, transfer the same students to probably a university offering the same course. You synergize, that kind of thing. Otherwise, sustaining only 20 students in a program, establishment course and all that, that's what I'm talking to. Yeah, make it as practical as possible. These are life situations. Okay. As we come to conclusion, what we're saying is we have to live within our means, and we have to then look at reforms that will take us towards financial self-sustainability and survival. So we have no choice but undertake reforms that will take us back to financial sustainability. Okay, go back. Yeah, you can see the challenges because of a lot of pressures in terms of budgetary resources. You find that government might only come in just to breach the resource caps because of there are a lot of other competing national priorities, competing with university education, meaning we can only come and just breach the funding caps. So as we conclude, we have to take deliberate steps so that our universities stay afloat by actually, let's revisit our revenue and cost environments, see what can be done so that we steer our institutions back to stability and ensure that we deliver on our mandates. So with that, nasema asante. Thank you. And back to...
Thank you very much. Yeah. Karibu sana, karibu. So, thank you very much, Mr. Koech, for that very informative presentation. These members you see here were really waiting for that presentation because one of the major issues, as you rightly said, is the issue of finances. That has been a problem for us. So members, I'll just recap a little bit. He has actually very well articulated the challenges that we are having. And I'll just go through them very quickly before I open up for maybe a few questions, maybe 3 or 4 questions to our speaker. He noted earlier under challenges that we are, as universities, we are not able to meet our obligations. And I don't think we are arguing with that one. And he also noted that we have our tuition, whatever our students pay, was capped. We have not been able to review I know there's a time some of us older VCs formed committees. We actually discussed reviewing the fees for our students, and we went very far with Professor Adul. I remember Professor Mugendi was in it, and many others, even our own chairman. And we didn't get far. This was not allowed. Accumulation of pending bills. All of us have got pending bills. Some of us have got very large pending bills. KRA, pension. I know some of you may not be having, but it is a problem for most of the universities. Capitation is never enough. And of course, we know sometimes, Mr. Koech, it doesn't come on time, which actually puts us in a very difficult problem with our unions. They want to know why VCs are not paying. And we are accused of actually keeping the money. He talked about dwindling revenue streams. The question of CBA sustainability, we have discussed it a lot. Yesterday, every time we've had a speaker, I think we have mentioned the issue of CBA. But he noticed even the sustainability is a problem. Negotiations take place. Sometimes we are able to pay once, but we cannot sustain. We are left struggling as VCs. He talked about over-establishment. I have a problem with that myself. That one, we have to define it very well. Are we really over-established? But I know it keeps coming up over and over again. Or is it that we don't get the amount of money that we require? So that, to me, is something that can be debated. It's just like when we are told we are using 60% of our income to pay staff, and it sounds like an accusation. I also wonder about that, because what am I getting? How much money am I getting? And then there's the issue of stalled projects. I think many of us seated here have got 1 or 2 stalled projects in our universities. In the last session, this one's not mentioned, but I want to mention it here. In the last session, during the discussion, one of the speakers raised something very important. They said, what is the state of your dormitories or your hostels? The state of your toilets? The state of your classrooms, our laboratories? By the way, what equipment are our students using? Is it that one of 20 years ago? And we have students coming from from secondary schools where the labs are state of the art. We are unable to keep up with actually equipping our laboratories and our universities because of lack of funds. Our speaker talked of resource mobilization. I won't go there. I will leave it hanging on challenges and open up the floor. Let's take a few questions, and I'll start with our chairman. Okay, let me take several. Our chairman, you will be number 2. Number 3, Professor Laila. Number 4, number 5. Let me go that time. Number 6, Professor Kongo. Number 7, Professor Akama. And number 8, chairman. So those are 8 questions. Keep them very brief. Chairman. So when I call your number, please just ask the question. Thank you. Okay. Sanitizer. Here you go. So, Karibu, you can just answer when you're seated. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions. One, you talked of the accumulated debt by the public universities. And we are wondering whether the government is considering bailing out universities on those debts. Some of the reasons the debts have accumulated is because the fees has not been increased for the 30 years. More than 30 years, there has been no increase in fees. The next presenter who is coming to give a presentation and sharing experiences from South Africa, you will ensure that fees increases every year, even to cater for the cost of inflation. But in Kenya, 30 years down the line, we have not been allowed by the government to increase fees and therefore not be able to meet our current expenditure. The other issue is the CBA. We were given 8.8 billion to pay for the CBA for 2017, 2021, and then there was no budgetary provision to continue paying that CBA going forward. So the universities, as you rightly observed, have been accumulating debt because we were left with a payroll and a funding gap of 8.8 billion after implementing the CBA. And maybe you may need to comment on that issue also. We also noted that the Universities Act provides that universities will be funded using differentiated unit cost. The cost of the programs is known, and the universities were to be funded at 80%. If the universities were funded at 80%, then it means last financial year, 2021-2022, we are underfunded by 27 billion. Those are the facts which were presented yesterday by the Universities Funding Board. And what I'm saying is, if we are funded at 80% in DUC, we'll be able to pay the debts. If we are allowed to increase the fees, we'll be able to meet our operations, because selling assets, even if we sell the land, we sell buildings, eventually we'll sell everything. We will not be able to continue like that forever. So, and then the ratio, the way you are calculating the number of staff, teaching staff to non-teaching staff, I think that calculation might also need to be discussed, because the experiences we have is different. Non-teaching staff working in academic divisions constitute part of the core staff. And we will also hear experiences from elsewhere, and you find that the ratio cannot be 70 academic and 30 non-teaching. If you accommodate like 10,000 students, for example, in some universities, the logistics involved in cooking, accommodating those students cannot be taken care of by the numbers we saw there. And we have compared with other countries, and we find that that ratio cannot be 70-30, but it can be different than that. I think those are the issues I have, and I will be happy to get your response. Thank you.
Because those are many, you answer yours first. Let me respond, because these issues are quite weighty. Okay, I may not have outright answers. What I would request through the chair of this session is that we need to document some of these challenges so that an engagement may begin between the councils, your line ministry, and the National Treasury. Because for you to access the National Treasury, you must have the blessings of your line ministry. So some of these are policy matters that we may not have answers for now, but I request that the same be, you must be having a rapporteur well documented. They are quite weighty into looking at sustainability of university education, so that it requires policy engagements, which requires participation of university councils, line ministry, National Treasury, and even to a great extent, Office of the President. Because it's about resources and even review of certain policy matters, like some are sensitive. Let me start with number one, outstanding debt. To the tune of about 57 billion. This is my advice. I may not have answers for now, but I would say begin a conversation with Treasury, but through the line ministry, so that in your conversation, for taxes, even make a request to the line ministry for waivers. KRA may not entirely forgive the entire 20 billion, but they can say, if they forgave even 10 billion, you will have even met a step, that kind of thing. That's why it requires conversation through the line ministry. So that can be considered, but subject to that broad consultation. Issues of fees, it requires also key stakeholder engagement of councils, the line ministry, treasury, and I'm sure at some point issues of the big office of the president, because sensitivity, it's about of ability of parents. Poverty levels have been shooting over time. Are these people able to pay? And as fees are raised, do you require support programs to support parents who are not able to, whose incomes cannot match, cannot pay, are not able to pay fees for their kids in school? So it's both economic, financial, and might also have political. I'm not a political person, but politics within it. So that's why when matters government, it's about consultation. That's my advice to chairs of councils, VCs, and all participants. So on the issue of number one, begin that consultation. Okay, CPA, you can see it's also a budgetary issue, and the issue of sustainability. Initially, you are given 8.8 billion, but now in subsequent years, it's now becoming a permanent payroll issue, which is a budgetary issue. So for matters budget, the initial amount of 8.8 B was given by Treasury through the line ministry. So my advice is engage Treasury through the line ministry so that this matter can be addressed in the current financial year or in subsequent supplementaries before the end of this financial year. So my advice is engage Treasury through the line ministry. Same thing to do with the DC, differentiated unit cost. This is a funding model which was agreed as a policy, and there's a funding cap of about 27 billion. Okay, the question I'm asking from Treasury is that when the budgetary process starts, councils, mulikuwa wapi? Chairs of councils, where were you? Have you claimed your stake in the line ministry that this is a policy issue, and have you pushed sufficiently for consideration of such matters? Because you engage Treasury through the line ministry. Have you been robust? Have you pushed for consideration of this request sufficiently? So for the same to be considered even halfway by Treasury, because that's how the process is done. The resource allocation is normally done within the sector. So have you pushed for your stake in the sector? So I would also again request you to push for your stake for consideration of the funding gaps for DCU through your sector. Okay, the issue of the ratio, the issue of establishment. There's a great element there's a lot of truth in it. Let's be objective. As councils, revisit this issue. Let's be objective. Let's not run away from it. Do you know why? Even as we speak, how many of you have approved HR instruments, the 4 of them, plus establishment and all that, as approved by either SCAC or Public Service Commission? How many institutions, if you have to raise your hands, have approved HR instruments, the entire 4 set? There's a lot of resistance in that. I don't know why. It's out of experience. A lot of resistance. Councils are actually, when you are requested, you actually stall the process. You actually being told, can we have all your entire set of, the 4 sets of HR instrument? The the memo from the circular from SCAC of 17th of May 2017, requiring all state enterprises to have their HR instruments reviewed and approved. Most of you are actually operating on over-established. It's supposed to be an objective process, but the process is very political. Chairs of councils, let's look at this thing. Let's not politicize, but let's look at it objectively. Okay, it's not rule of the thumb. My request to you is revisit the same. It is in the interest of sustainability of operations of universities, for posterity, for our children now and grandchildren and going forward. So what has been happening is we are a very political country. This issue of protecting our, let me not go there, those interests, it's led to this over-establishment and all that. Kindly have those instruments, the entire set, as communicated by Office of the Head of Public Service, the outgoing Head of Public Service, have the same reviewed by SCAC, if not by Public Service Commission, so that you're actually operating within what I'll say an establishment that works for you in terms of numbers, skills, and competencies required to progress you to optimal performance. At the same time, within your resource envelope. So that's what I would request, that I'm not running away on this issue of the ratio, but I would request each council, mchiangalie nyumba kwa nyumba, and engage government through your line ministry for consideration of this issue. Yeah, that's the best I can give. I may not have all the answers, but I would say for any weighty issue that we don't have answers, kindly seek guidance always through your line ministry. Asante sana. Maybe more questions? Number 2.
Okay, we'll just do very, very short ones, and please don't repeat the ones that have already been answered. I'll take all of them. Number 2, briefly, please.
I wished Bwana Koech to have talked about. One is the PPP. You know, other sources of revenue, it is very, very difficult to pen a PPP and be supported by the government for resource mobilization. There are people who come to us, they want to invest with us. But for you to get just a letter or approval for a PPP project, which is actually very key to us in terms of raising resources, it's been a problem, and I think that's one area that we really need to look at. Then secondly, and finally, the universities and other state agencies, we all get our money from the National Treasury. But the universities are paying too much fees to other state agencies. So why can't the National Treasury support those agencies? For example, if you want to approve a program that is cost effective, you'll pay Q 320. If you're a new university and you want to do 10 new projects, programs, that's 3.2 million. And you see, why can't you fund Q properly so that Q does not charge me to approve my curriculum? And that goes to all other, you go to COOPs, you go to Q, you go to the boards, you go to what. Sometimes you may even end up going to start paying, universities to start paying for anyway, you've heard me.
Thank you very much. Number 3. Who was number 3? Yes? Professor Chacha? He's there? Number 3 was there, okay. Oh yeah, Professor Laila.
Thank you, Bwana Abraham, for that presentation. And I wish this presentation was yesterday when the PS was here, because now you are telling us about the line ministry for all our problems. My issue is on budget. You started by saying that our budgets have been approved, but my main issue is this capping of the budget. We normally send in our projections, and then when now we get a response, we find that the budgets have been capped, it is reduced, you are told to rationalize, and so on and so forth. In fact, what surprised me is that even the A in A which we quoted, it was again reduced. And this is money which we are saying we are going to raise ourselves. So this capping of the budget is making us, we can't move, we can't operate because our budgets have been drastically reduced. So can you tell us who is involved in this case?
Thank you so much, Profs. We are now going to number 4. Who was number 4? A very quick one. Yes, Professor Nangulu. She's there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koech. I just also want to make a rejoinder on it. When you talk about establishment, you are assuming that all universities maybe were established the same time and all have grown at the same time. What about the young universities where you are now doing your establishment for the first time? It is approved, including in your budget, but there is no money to recruit the staff. Also, when you talk about stalled projects, for the young universities, we don't look at them as even they are stalled. It's the only project you have. Then the only project you have, you get zero budget on it. Surely, how do you just pick up? You have also told us about our line ministry, and I've seen our chief officer is here in finance. I think they are also in dilemma. Look at, like, we are supposed to not utilize more than 35% of the funds we get on personal monuments. That is, and we are audited every year. Yet the money you get cannot even be that. So how do you do it? Maybe it's time we review some of those cappings that were put there to reflect the true picture. Even big universities like JKUAT, I'm sure they're also at 60%. Then we have to keep justifying to auditors and put, what is the rule? Maybe write for us even a letter and say that underfunding has been there and this can be done when the budgets are not rationalized or something. I have a very totally different issue. Like the alternate member, I'm very happy that you also noted that you serve on university councils. When you come for the meetings, later on the auditors write to me to justify that I should be surcharged because I should not have paid you to come for the meeting in the university. Treasury should have paid you. And then the parent ministry again. We get confused. Just help us.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly take number 5. Number 5 was... Number 5, if number 5 is not there...
Chair, I just wanted to assure the VC Mombasa, Technical University of Mombasa that the ministry is here. The line ministry is here.
Yes.
When you don't see the PS, we are here and we are keenly listening.
Okay. Number 5.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Professor Akama, he wants to answer those ones first. So just
okay.
we will, and there is Professor Chacha there. We won't forget you. Karibu. Okay, Karibu. Here you go.
Okay, the first issue is on PPP projects. This is public-private partnerships, how to onboard the same. In Treasury, we have a whole directorate in charge of PPP projects. And this is my advice. Okay. Menipata sasa? Sawa. This is my advice on PPP projects. This is public-private partnership projects. Even before you embark on projects, it may be necessary to have a bit of capacity building to understand what the whole process entails. Within Treasury, we have a whole directorate with the whole DG overseeing the entire portfolio of PPPs. So what I would request first of all as an entry point is for universities, it's a good idea of setting up projects like probably a hostel for students and all, and any other project that might bring some income to the university. So first of all, as an entry point, could you begin with capacity building to understand what does it take to onboard a PPP project? So engage the DG of PPP at the National Treasury so that you can organize for a training so that first of all understand the process, and then now they can guide you. It's a technical area so that they can give you the necessary guidelines to enable you to onboard PPP projects. That would be my advice on this initiative. Reason why probably you get a rejection is that you've not followed the protocol required to onboard a PPP project. So these are your officers, on payroll, courtesy of taxpayers. Kindly engage them, and they should be able to assist you to onboard PPP projects. Understand all process, resource requirement, all those implications. And I'm sure with that, some of your concerns will be addressed. Number two, fees to other state agencies. And I hope I have my counterpart from the Line Ministry. Is he in? Okay, even if it's not in, this is my advice. It's a good point noted. That you're spending out of the income you receive, you're required to pay fees to other agencies for you to access certain services. This is my advice. This is a policy conversation. Engage through the councils, the Line Ministries and Treasury, a discussion on the same. We have an opportunity for in the sector working groups coming. The budget process it's now beginning, and the sector working groups should be there next month or thereafter, maybe in November. This is a policy issue, and this is my advice to universities. The Line Ministry, look at the State Corporations Act. The Line Ministry, under the State Corporations Act, is purely responsible for policy matters. So this is a policy issue which can be addressed and be brought on board to Treasury for consideration. Kindly submit this weighty request through the Rail Ministry for consideration. You could even meet as councils, discuss this issue, refine it very well, and discuss with your Line Ministry and say, could we have this issue considered? First of all, at the Line Ministry, take it even to the cabinet, where Treasury is also required to give an input. So this can be considered, but subject to that stakeholder engagement of councils, Line Ministry, Treasury. If H is required, it will be brought on board, or if OP or cabinet is required, the same can be done. So this is my advice on that issue. Number three, issue of budget, rationalization, the capping and all that. If there is an issue, we are all human. I may be interested in revisiting the budget for, this is Mombasa University. You could request for a review, and now that there's no pressure, it may be only 5 budgets. Put in put in all the issues for consideration, and it has never been my intention to chop off any A in A. In fact, quite a number of universities in the estimates were even raising more higher A in A compared to what is in the printed estimates, and actually accepted that. And I just told them, since you have capacity to raise more A in A, kindly just formalize in supplementary 1 that you have capacity to raise more A in A. So actually granted approval for more A in A compared to what is in the printed estimates at that time for 2022-23. And what I actually said in my key recommendations is just to formalize through the normal budgetary process, so that going forward, your capacity to raise more in A is actually taken care of through the Line Ministry in the printed estimates. So you are not penalized for that. Okay, issues of rationalizing and ensuring that you live within your means. Like for instance, we don't actually encourage that a university or an institution, state corporation, begins the financial year with a budget deficit. That's why I actually say rationalize and stay within, live within the resources allocated. Yeah, within the resources allocated, so that you avoid accumulating deficits. So we actually don't encourage a budgetary deficit from the word go. That's the essence of that rationalization. But for more A&A, that you are not penalized. You're actually allowed to declare more A&A, but just normalizing the printed estimates. So that is done. Issues of establishment for a new institution. Don't drop all yourselves. You have a whole SCAC, State Corporation Advisory Committee, that's able to assist you to review your HR instruments and even discuss your establishment. You know, this is a very objective process. You have a whole SCAC, and they have a role in that. Even if it's a new institution, it is a whole discussion, very objective, in arriving at all the 4 sets of HR instruments, which includes establishment. So I don't see why you have challenges in arriving at that. I'm sure through a robust discussion with SCAC, you'll have at least some optimal establishment to begin with. So this is my advice for institutions beginning, that have your instruments considered and approved by SCAC or Public Service Commission. They will have looked at all that and that will say, for now, these are the numbers you require for teaching staff and non-teaching. And out of that now, you're able to use the same to bargain for budgetary resources through your what? Your line ministry. Okay, alternate directors are directors for all purposes. The only thing is for all purposes are directors. So they are paid all allowances, sitting, lunch, accommodation, like any other director. There's no penalty for that. I've never come across such an audit query. There's always a communication to that effect as they're appointed. So if there's an audit query, just remind the auditors, you can still be given a circular confirming that these are directors just like any other director. So there should be no penalties for paying them their allowances. That as approved for all other council members. Yeah, I think I've dealt with the 4 issues. Yeah. So I think this is an opportunity to interact with government investments. Is your ni papa na mama of state corporations in treasury. That's why I've taken long to shed light on some of these issues, because you rarely get such opportunity. It's all right. I hope some of this we are communicating. I hope we are communicating. Yeah.
Courage.
Thank you very much. Before you talk, Prof, I've just been alerted that our next speaker has arrived. So kindly, VCs and Chairman of Council, let's make our questions very brief. Maybe 1 question or maybe at most 2 of the remaining 4 people. So Professor Akama.
By the way, this gentleman from Treasury is so important. We really need to really interrogate him. We have talked here, I wish you were here since Tuesday, that universities are on a dying bed. All the universities are insolvent. The burning bills are into billions, and it is a national crisis. But now, here you are saying that we need to go through the line ministry. That's not a new language. Over the years, we have been told, oh, you go through the line ministry. But what about in the line ministry, if maybe the CS in that ministry has pronounced himself that he's not going to ask even for a single cent for the universities. So, and by the way, universities are a very strategic national resources. And let me tell you this. We are being given, you said last financial year we were given 64 billion. I mean, when you compare that amount and what is given, for instance, to the National Youth Service, the money which National Youth Service were given more than 150 billion. Money to construct dams, excess of 100 billion. The roads we have received here, which they are important. Those roads are being funded billions and billions of shillings. My understanding here is that, Koech, the government doesn't have priority in universities. That is the truth. And let me tell you this, unless you as a technocrat, you inform the new government that the public universities are dying, I'm telling you, it's going to be a very big tragedy. We have said here very clearly that all universities are on a dying bed. So please note that. Now, next, let me also say this. Talking about downsizing, redundancy. By the way, Kisii University did that 1.5 years ago. We declared non-teaching staff. After going through staff establishment, Mr. Koech, we declared 250 members of staff redundant. You know what happened? And we followed systematic advice from the ministry, from the legal departments, and all that. You know what happened? The unions went to court. KUSU, KUDEA went to court. And the ruling was done about 2 months ago. And you know what the court ruled? As much as Kisii University had clear reasons to declare redundancy, but the workers' rights have got to be, protected. And because of that, the courts awarded, after even saying that the redundancy was reasonably done, they awarded the workers 600 million shillings. And here is a university which is completely insolvent. How do we handle that? Finally, you have talked about issues of alternative resource mobilization. We do it. We reach, for instance, Kisii universities more than twice. We have reached embassies. We have gone to the Chinese embassy, for instance. We talk to the ambassador there. The ambassador gives us a green light that you just do a proposal, but as protocol demands, it has got to pass through, your mother ministry to Treasury. When this request comes to Treasury, it goes in cycles, and eventually is not forwarded to the funding body or to the embassy. You see that? So we have got to be very clear. Universities are dying, that is the language, and the new government needs to come up with an alternative way of supporting universities. This is 64 billion shillings. If you are an economist, if you try to put inflation into it, that's the money we have been getting in the whole government, around that amount of money. If you put inflation into it, that money has been reducing the value of that money to probably a half of that. So surely 64 billion, when the National Youth Service have funded 150 billion, when dams, imaginary dams are funded, 200 billion, and all these other things, we have got to be realistic. The government needs to declare itself. If it doesn't want universities, then let it say it.
Okay, Professor, thank you. Professor Chacha, one small one, please. You're number 6.
And by the way, Nanguru, I've got to keep talking, eh? Where is this Nanguru? This lady gave me a lot of problems when she was at Q.
Professor Hakama,
Where is she?
I'm standing here.
She gave me a lot of problems at
Prof.
Q. And so me.
Prof, the chairperson is here. Talk through me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair protect.
Okay.
No, we are
Thank you.
peaceful.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be brief. First and foremost, let me also join my previous speakers for thanking Mr. Koech for a really candid presentation. I'm happy, Mr. Koech, you mentioned about research that could be involved in part of research mobilization, no resource mobilization. But from the observation, because the core business, I repeat, the university is teaching, research, and the third one, the community service, ETC. For those who follow, the main funder now for research is NRF. The representative is here, and they have been doing a good job that whatever they get, they share out with the researchers. But we're worried. In 2016, I may not know the exact figure, the funding was about in the billions, maybe 400 billion, 400 billion on paper. Come this financial year, 300 million? 300 million. What a drastic drop. Research really plays a key role in national development. Why am I saying so? If we increase the activities of research, it will lead to innovations, it will lead to commercialization, it will lead to university industry linkages for commercialization purposes. So my humble request is, can the government seriously think about enhancing research so that their universities are recognized? Because when you have a lot of research activities, publications, innovations, etc., it helps our ranking of our university so that they're recognized internationally. Two, it was also mentioned by the chair that our labs are really wanting. Another humble request, although that's also been partly done by NRF, but we still maybe can get more funding so that we come with the state-of-the-art research or teaching and research laboratories, especially research laboratories. Those are in I'm a chemist, those in biology, physics, etc. A lot of samples that require really testing or for analysis, either to UK or to South Africa. If we had a state-of-the-art laboratory, all this research equipment, we could also generate more money. So really, my humble request is, let's think about the area of research, let it get the funding it deserves. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can we quickly have number 7 and number 8, then we hand over. Who was number 7? Yes, Chairman. Just here.
A very brief,
yes,
brief one. This relates to what was mentioned about PPP. It relates to our resource mobilization. Bwana Koech, one of the challenges we face is that you get into a partnership agreement, could be a bilateral, could be a UN agency, could be another university, and in that there is procurement of equipment, as my colleague has mentioned there. And you start the process, but when the equipment comes, it is subjected to the usual tax regimes. And even getting that cleared, it could be in Mombasa, it could be on the way. It completely derails, the program, because when a partner or donor gives money, there is a set timeline for it. So if the gadget for measuring very sensitive aspects of the research is delayed, the project is completely got offline. So this desk as treasury, if it could be even a vehicle, it could be vehicles, it could be very essential, but nobody in there seems to recognize the importance of timely clearance of this equipment, and the donor will not budget for tax. This is a grant. They are helping Kenya, they are helping a Kenyan university, and yet we want to tax them. The other one, Chair, this relates to fast tracking. The other one is, you are here, you are telling us, or you have mentioned several times, council. There are very many councils here. We are assembled here. A lot of issues which you have had are across councils. So instead of advising that councils engage the line ministry, we are here with the line ministry, and I think the information has got home. We are going to have resolutions. As we go back home and digest this, we expect that things will move. More so because we have got a new government which is going to fly maybe before the end of this month. So let it be packaged, take it home, both the line ministry and both treasury. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 8, very brief question, and then I hand over the mic.
Mine is very simple. We are dealing with Kenyans. We are dealing with our children and grandchildren. And the way we are raising them up brings despair to them. Because when they are rejected and ridiculed as having unqualified or underrated education, it doesn't reflect on the teachers, it reflects on the government. Can the government do something to salvage these children? Because we are creating a rebellion which will haunt us and bring the government down.
Thank you very much. I'll now give. Let me just briefly.
Okay. On the last issues raised, I may not have all the answers. Okay, sorry to insist that all policy engagements actually begin at the council and to the line, to your sector, to your line ministries. So for most of your requests or your concerns, they can only be considered when actually you begin your engagements, beginning with your line ministries. Just look at the spirit of the State Corporations Act. It has actually placed all policy matters within your respective line ministries. So even for your considerations, for your policy requests to be considered by Treasury, you always require placings of your line ministry. So, okay, in government, I'm not, it's a policy that I cannot make any adverse comments on the operations of another line ministry of government. But my request is, you seem to be having challenges, but I'll always urge you or request you that for your concerns, since it's a public office, public issues, policy matters, touching on the Kenyan child and performance of your institutions, kindly all the time start your engagements with your line ministry. Okay, the issue of redundancy leading to a penalty or some award of 600 million. Okay, I may not have an answer, but I'll always say that when you're going through such motions, there's a process of redundancies. And apart from initiating the process at the council, at the earliest opportunity, issues of reforms and all that in government relating to state corporations, please make use of the technical capacity of SCAC, the State Corporations Advisory Board, so that they can babysit you on, so that they take you through the requisite steps on labor matters. These days, issues of employees are quite sensitive. What matters is, you may not be wrong on decisions you've taken, but the process. So my advice is, at the earliest opportunity, when you're pursuing redundancy and all that, make use of the technical input of SCAC. They will be able to guide you on the requisite steps so that you don't incur any penalties going forward. For budgetary support, I would again always say we cannot run away from engaging your respective sector, courtesy of your ministry. And I'm sure it's going to be emphasized even by the incoming and your incoming CS and PSS of the new administration. Then the issue of research funds, low consideration for research funding through NRF. NRF is in the room. It's a question of when you engage your line ministry at the sector level, up to the very top in the ministry, what is the conversation like? This is a conversation which can be fixed through engagement of your top leadership at the line ministry for funding, for consideration by Treasury. If Treasury is unable to give you a grant through the normal exchequer, even consider, because of its muscle and influence, even consider bringing on board financiers, grants from other donors to support research research funds. So this is still my take. Conversation with the top leadership of the line ministry will sort you out on matters, limited resources for research. Yes? Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, chair of NRF. It's the protocol in government that in Treasury, you see that protocol is that without, I'm not allowed to cross into the other ministry. It has to be a communication through the top leadership. So, but the thing is, I'll still encourage you, don't lose hope. You can still begin this conversation through your line ministry for support for research and also lab infrastructure towards research. And then the second last question was on, the issues of tax waivers for donor-funded equipment. On this one, engage Treasury in good time through your line ministry consideration of waivers. I mean, for tax, waiving of taxes and all that. Okay, this is my advice. You're dealing with human beings. At times, once your ministry has forwarded the request, there's no harm. Your chairs and VCs of these big institutions, why don't you take a walk and see the PS and follow up on your issue, or the respective department, HOD, handling the matter. That's one other way of expediting the issue. I think, having said, maybe through now the chair of the session. No more. I'm guided. Wakubwa, we may not exhaust. Thank you for listening to me. Asante sana. Be blessed.
Okay, karibu kiti. The only person I'll allow is Bishop.
Not Bishop. Allow the Chief Finance Officer, not Bishop. Chief Finance Officer.
Chief Finance Officer.
I think the Chief Finance Officer will speak for the ministry, and then we end because we have to listen to the chairman. What we are going to do, we'll only allow the Chief Finance Officer to comment. Bishop, I think we will have another session for recommendations.
I think, Chair, I'll give him just to comment on one thing when I finish, because I've been allowed to talk first. So, Chair, thank you so much. And I thank you so much, Abraham, for that very elaborate presentation. Actually, yesterday, if you recall, ladies and gentlemen, my brief presentation was almost within what he has presented, and I didn't even talk to him, and I didn't even know he would present. But having said that, there are a few things I would like to comment on, especially Abraham, I'm CPA Dismas Ogot, SCFO in the State Department for University Education and Research. But then there are some comments which I think, given the presentation, your comments and the comments from the floor, I thought it's wise for me to comment, especially to maybe air the views in perspective of line ministry, given that the line ministry has been touched in many areas. So I would like to start with the last one, the equipment. Those equipments have had to pass through my desk at some times when the PS mark them, and you'd find that they relate mostly to donated equipment to universities. And we've been very, very prompt in writing to Treasury. But then you'd find some actually even emanate from the Directorate of University Education. But the comments have always been that in those cases, the individual university recipients ought to pay for taxes on those equipment. So the real issue here is as to whether the tax law allows waiver. And in many cases, Treasury has advised in the past that the recipient universities pay for the taxes on those donations. Now, the other bit is on as to whether it was prompt. Yes, we are always very prompt in that. Then the issue on budgetary support and of course the role of line ministry. If you recall, the chair of the Vice Chancellor's committee and even the secretary, I think maybe went back to Nairobi. We did have a very good engagement since I joined the ministry last August, mid-last August. But our fruits were not ripe. They were never harvested. But we did good work. We did a lot of budget process. We involved universities for the first time. The budget process was very elaborate. However, Abraham, what happens is, by the time we were doing the budget, BROP already had been released, budget review and outlook paper. Now, then it meant all these engagements we had, all these pending bills, in fact, your papers mentioned all of them. The problem was, at the tail end, I was asked Dismas, so where do you go from here? And if you recall, Professor Muluvi, you were late. In other words, all these processes ought to be done earlier. The policy documents which need to be engaging at intergovernmental level, maybe we need to engage Treasury, SRC, and so on and so forth. By the time now, like now, we are already doing the program performance review of the budget. And that feeds into the BROP, the budget review and outlook paper. So all these engagements ought to be done earlier. In the event they are not done earlier, then the intervention has to be at the Treasury level. The committee, the fiscal, resource allocations committee. After the BROP, it becomes very difficult because resources have been shared and ceilings determined at Treasury level. So by the time we were engaging, even the DUC was not out, the new students had not been incorporated by university fund, and so even the data we were using was not informative on the state of universities as they were. But that again, after looking through it, you get to learn that there are universities that would gain and those that would lose. So Treasury advised that we engage this early so that we retain the losers at their current level and the gainers be moved to the DUC level. But that will not still solve the issue. So as I agree with you, Abraham, it is engagement, it is interministerial, or what I would call agencies, and of course stakeholders. So we need to really be proactive in it, and I think we have been proactive. But there was the issue of the cabinet memo, which had not been taken to cabinet to solve these issues of historical nature and the issues of reform agenda on the areas you mentioned. Lastly, I can see you are in a hurry. Of course, There are two other issues that I think I needed to talk about. One of them is the issues on new structures. Now, the 4 instruments already, which maybe have been approved by SCAC, the organizational structure, the establishment, the grading structure, and which is on the 4th one. Of course, they now the monetary requirement. Young universities may have that. Like now, if you are chartered, you will come with a whole budget saying, now I'm moving from here to here. But now the problem, when you do that, it's a policy shift. There's the budget showing that the new recruitment must be approved, maybe by another level. Office of the President, it may be SRC, must give authority. You know, like the case of the CBA, the 8.8. For it to be funded way forward, SRC had to give approval so that Treasury can fund. And the Treasuries are asking, where is the SRC's approval? Unfortunately, the CEO of SRC was here the other time and we didn't pick it with them. But that was the SRC's mistake. And I know, Chair, you know that. We've engaged on it. Our legal team were here the other day. It even went between legal, the AG, State Department, Treasury, SRC. And there was a group of people looking at it because the matter was in court. So then the issues of this nature, as you rightfully said, Abraham, have to be interministerial, interdepartmental agencies, some of them involving even independent officers, as mentioned. Now, then redundancy.
We need to bring this session to an end. Please,
now,
just finish.
Maybe if you allow me the final one. I hope I'm adding value, but if I'm not, then I think I'm afraid I may stop here. But of course, the issue of, was it sector? Yeah, there is an issue here which is the issues on review of fee. We did capture this in our financing policy for universities, way forward, and sustainable financing of universities. We captured the matters CBA, matters past pensions, transferred staff from PSC, from TSC to then technical colleges which became universities. The issues of no budget provision for paying CBA forward, I've talked about that. The DUC level at 45, 50%, we did recommend 80%. Treasury said no, it has to go to cabinet. And of course, the issue of resource envelope. I need to talk about this, Abraham, if you allow, because who determines the resource envelope? That, unfortunately, this is done in Treasury. So by the time the BROP is out, we go to Mombasa here, we come here and we are told, the day of opening resource envelope, after we've done program performance, they open an envelope and tell you, we are opening it now, you retain the status quo. What happens? You come to where you were before. So all the processes we've done, unless funded at another level, have been like for the status quo. And that is where the budget process goes. I think I would have said more, but I think you covered them so well, and your paper was great. Thank you.
So I think we have to bring this.
So way forward is for us to engage, and the line ministry is live. In my office, I handle universities work 70% per day. So that nobody would be saying the line ministry is not there. That really is why there's a State Department for University Education and Research, with a PS and with competent treasury and other technical staff who have experience in education, like the gentleman just grabbing the microphone. Thank you.
So now, I think we must agree to bring this session to an end so that we can move on. Bishop Fernando, I will give you only 1 minute.
Do we have hope for supplementary? It's always there. Yes. So the question is, what is the current debt owned by researchers from NRF? How much? Number 2, how much money does NRF need? We qualify it here and we lobby and we move to supplementary. Less than 1 minute.
So I think Abraham has said he has taken a note of the comments by our Chief Finance Officer. They are going to work together on these issues. And the Chief Finance Officer has been very supportive to the university sector, because for a long time, nobody was willing to admit that there was a problem of funding in the universities. And when he came, he was able to engage the university's finance officer. So we thank you, but work very closely with Abraham to get us out of the problems Professor Kama is alluding to. So I think we then need to proceed. I request Professor Uma to come in front and Professor Nangulu. In the meantime, we need to clap for Abraham and our chair. Thank you very much. Professor Uma, come in front. Nangulu, it was your session which was not complete, so you need to come. We will delay lunch a bit, but we are finishing. We are finishing in the next few minutes.
Yes. No, I'm not. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. And this is very brief. This session is mainly, will serve as two purposes: to learn some strategy, to have some learning lessons, share experience, and a benchmark. So it's four things in one. And I just want to appreciate our presenter for having delayed to travel. You are tired, but please just, we welcome you to start off. Yes, thank you very much. And we have been introducing him since yesterday, so we are ready to go. He will say one or two things about himself, and then we are set.
We have some participants on the roof. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nangulu. My name is Gerald Ouma. I'm currently at the University of Pretoria. I'm the Senior Director for Institutional Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation at the University of Pretoria. It's quite gratifying to be here. I can see familiar faces, Shikamo, Prof. Chacha, and some other faces, yeah. So I'm sorry to be the one standing between you and lunch, but I thought the previous conversation was very, very interesting. It touches on some of the things I want to speak to, which is about data. The permanent secretary, and my appreciations to him for inviting me to be here. My apologies, supposed to be here earlier. I was in Accra last week. The flight yesterday to Nairobi was delayed by an hour. So because of that, I missed the 8 o'clock flight to Mombasa, so I had to wait and catch the one at, I think, 10 thereabout. So without much ado, I'll move on. This presentation is about data, is about planning and effective management. It's quite critical. We had some references to data, adjusting for inflation, and the kind of data that we collect. And why is this important? It's because data is the oxygen that drives the decisions that we make as managers, as leaders, as people responsible for governance. I'm sure some of you have seen this. Sorry. What did I do? Yes, so I can point there. Okay, so I'm sure you've seen that. You know, in God we trust, and all others must bring data. This is Edwards Denning. And I'm sure you remember one of our own, is it Professor Mbiti, who says Africans are notoriously religious. Okay. And I say that with a light touch. I mean, the idea is we need data. We need data to drive the decisions that we make, to make sense of the circumstances that we find ourselves in, to unpack some of the issues that we are talking about in the previous session. What do the funding challenges mean for the existence of the university? I got a bit worried when several speakers mentioned that our universities are in fact on their deathbed. That's quite worrisome. Now, why do we need data? I don't need to repeat this. You know about this. For strategy formulation, you need data to drive strategy, be it long-term strategy, be it short-term implementation strategies. Enrollment planning, it's very important. The shape and size of the student enrollment has to be intentional. That's very, very important. Sorry, I think, oh, is it there I should point?
It's being controlled from here.
Are you controlling? Do you mind going back one step, please? Better understanding student needs. You know, the kinds of students that come to universities today are not the kinds of students that were in higher education institutions 15, 20 years ago. Graduate outcomes, the kinds of needs that they require, the kind of curriculum that we need to provide for them, prepare them for the world of work. You need data to do that. You need to monitor and evaluate your performance as a higher education institution. Evidence-based decisions, support benchmarking. There's reference to benchmarking, absolutely critical. Performance management. Where I work, everybody from the University Council through to everybody is performance managed. Next slide, please. Now, so data has to be, for it to work for you, it has to be an institutionalized practice. It cannot be something that you do some of the time. It has to be a taken for granted practice in your institutions. The decisions you make, how many students enroll, how many staff you appoint, what programs you offer, the funding and all that. That's vitally important. So this is part of our strategic plan at the University of Pretoria, that for effective governance, management of the university across all levels, implementation of our strategic goals and monitoring of the university's performance requires reliable data and analysis. This is vitally important. Next, please. Now, what is the link with planning? Now you can see I'm using this design thinking approach to try and illustrate the point. Where are you now? You need data to unpack that. We heard about the funding issues, the policy environment that we work in, the nature of the labor market. Where are we now? You need data to understand that. But more importantly, where do you want to be when? So once you know where you are using data, then you use the same data to determine where you want to be. Why is data important? Because you have to be realistic. If you want to be a research-intensive university, that means something. It means almost 70% of your academics should have PhD. It means almost all your academics should be research active. Where they publish is vitally important. So that's very important in terms of establishing very realistically where you can be. Then what's your approach going to be? Again, you need data to do that, to establish the approach that you're going to put in place for you to be able to realize the goals that you want to achieve. And then more importantly, what are you going to do for you to be able to realize those goals? Next, please. Now, you will see, for example, I'm just showing you this slide from the University of Pretoria in terms of enrollment planning. Why is it important? It speaks to the size and shape of the institution. It speaks to the resource needs. It speaks to the goal of the university of becoming a research-intensive university. So we've got enrollment projections for the institution over a 6-year period, and this is linked to government funding. It does not stop at the macro level. We do it also per faculty. These are our faculties from humanities all the way through down to the Gordon Institute of Business Studies. It does not stop there. We do it at program level. Why? Because we know which lecturers are teaching on what program, so we know what the existing capacity is. But also, once we establish that the areas where we want to grow, we do not have capacity there, then we use the data to strengthen capacity there. So for example, at the University of Pretoria, we want to be a research-intensive university, and we've deliberately decided to invest in the fundamental disciplines, both in STEM and in the social sciences, your physics, your mathematics, your chemistry, biological sciences. That's very important. Your sociology, your philosophy, history, very important, because the other disciplines then borrow from this. So once we look and see that, hey, this is a critical discipline, but there's no capacity, then we find ways of growing it. And you'll see from, if you could go to the previous slide, please, it's not just undergraduate, it's also at the postgraduate level. And this is disaggregated further. At the postgraduate level, we're keen to know how many PhD students we're going to enroll per program, per faculty, per department. How many masters by research students are we going to enroll? Again, per program, per faculty, department, everything. How many master students by coursework and some, limited research are we going to enroll? So it has to be intentional. Next slide, please. We talked about monitoring and evaluation. We have a strategic plan. We want to be a research-intensive university. We want to make sure the research we do is impactful. It's been mentioned here. We want to make sure that we provide access to students who come to study with us. How do we measure that? So we've got indicators. There are few. This is just at the macro-institutional level. But each faculty has got a more expansive list of indicators. So you'll see Percentage of academic staff with doctorate degrees, including joint appointments. These are colleagues that are appointed in the Faculty of Medicine because their primary appointment is as clinicians with the provincial governments. So it's very important. We've moved from around 45% in 2012. We now are sitting at around 71%. So this is very important. We're going to get it to a point where we still need to leave some room to grow, mentor young academics. So we don't want to be 100% because you need to create that room to provide for supporting up-and-coming academics. In the context of South Africa, diversity is very important because of apartheid excluding significant section of society. So the proportion of black staff is important. The proportion of black students is important. And you'll see all through down, because one of our goals is impact on society. Enrollments in STEM is critical. And so we measure that. We want to make sure that we do not go below 50% of enrollment in STEM. And then we'll see staff-student ratios. That's our bugbear. We're trying to get it to under 20. We currently are sitting at around 23%. So this is on the macro level. But again, each faculty, and all faculties, of course, because they do pretty much the same things, they've got performance indicators. They've got metrics that we use to assess their performance. Next, please. Now, there was talk about funding and government and ABCD, and this slide speaks to it in the context of South Africa. And data is very important because those of you who understand the funding framework in South Africa is very detailed. It has an input side, the undergraduate students that you enroll, the postgraduate students that you enroll, the various levels at which you enroll them, they're funded differently. And it has got an output side. How many students are you graduating? And the part of the output side is the research output, and it's funded as a result of that. And because of this, we have to collect data at the module level, because funding is given at the module level. So for example, if education students take modules in medicine, those modules are funded as though they were medicine programs, modules. And if medicine students take modules in education, vice versa happens. So this is very important for us. Next, please. Let's go. Again. So I've just shown you quickly why we use data, why it's important for us, how it's linked to our strategy and vision. Now, where do we get these data from? You need some infrastructure. You need to build capacity. It does not just happen. So at the University of Pretoria, these are the primary data sources. We've got the PeopleSoft system, which is an enterprise system. It gathers all data. When students register, the information is captured automatically in the system. When someone is appointed, that information is captured. Once you accept, it's captured automatically in the system. All the financial transactions, they are captured automatically in the system. So we've got that enterprise system that does that. And then we've got the Higher Education Management Information System, which is part of the PeopleSoft, information on students, on staff, postdoctoral research fellows. Then we've got research information. Where are our academics publishing? In what journals are they publishing? Who is reading their work? Who are they co-authoring with? Okay, so that's important for us, and that's how the library comes in. Through their bibliometrics, we are able to tell where our academics are publishing, who is reading their work, who they're working with. Next slide, please. Next, please. Good, so this is the student file. I thought I should show this separately. You can look at the degree of granularity. We look at student number, the South African ID is used. If the student has got a South African ID or the usual student number that we give, all the way date of birth, gender, race. NSFAS is the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. We want to know who is being funded by the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, disability, socioeconomic status. We collect data on first-generation students. These are students who are the first ones in their families to go to university. Why is that important? Because it determines the kind of support that we provide for these kinds of students. So that's why we need to know which kinds of students are coming in. Now you can see courses. The information's in there. CESM stands for Classification of Education Subject Matter. So we collect all that information, credit value. If a module accounts for 10 credits, we capture that. If it accounts for 12 credits, we capture that. If it accounts for 15 credits, we capture that. If it's a semester module, we capture that. If it's a year-long module, we capture that as well. Next, please. So it's more detailed. I'm just giving you some indication of how it works. But now, here's the thing. We've got the enterprise system. HR, at least in the context of the University of Pretoria and in South Africa where I work, they're more interested in paying people. They may not be interested in the nationality of your staff. They may not be interested in some of these details. They're interested in making sure that the staff are paid. So what we've done, we've developed a business intelligence system that imports the information from the enterprise system, okay, for planning purposes. So the information comes, and for example, who is an international staff member? So this system makes sure that those we capture as international staff members are indeed international staff members. So we'll need a work permit, for example, okay, to show that this is an international staff member. We look at students. We take out the noise, and we make sure the information is presented in such a manner that those who have responsibility to make decisions can make decisions using reliable, complete, and quality data. So we call it the Higher Education Data Analyzer. So again, at the risk of sounding like a stack record, what it does is it imports data from the enterprise system and converts it into usable form, you know, beyond the operational manner in which it's captured in the enterprise system. Next, please. So this is how the higher education HEDA looks like. So we've got, I don't know if you can see this, we've got dashboards. So we've got rankings, we've got dashboards on research. Again, as I said, over time, who is publishing, where, who is he co-authoring with, how many students is he supervising or she supervising. We've got cohort analysis in the sense of trying to understand the internal efficiency of our system. We need to know how long our students are taking to complete their studies, both at undergraduate and postgraduate level. Then we're looking at graduates, how many graduates are you producing, all the way through. We've got grade 12, in our case, KCSE information. So we can do an analysis, you know, when the results are announced, it gives us a sense of the quality of the intake and some of the challenges that we might encounter. So all that information is provided all the way down to staff, and then information from other universities, because it's important for benchmarking. We don't have to go to the other institutions to get the information. We're able to get that information and use it for benchmarking purposes. Now, if you look at admissions, applications admissions. Now you can see these are daily updates. So what happens is during the admission period when students are applying for admission, the information updates automatically on a daily basis. So in the morning we check to make sure, okay, why is that important? It's because in South Africa, students can apply to all the 26 public universities. Okay, so what that means is you cannot just admit the number for which you've got vacancies. So over time, we've done a study, the realization rate tells us how many students we should admit. So over a period of time, it has stuck at 65%. So of all the students we admit, only 65% accept the offers. But there's another important point where data becomes important. We found out that only those we admit for their first or second choice, mostly their first choice, have a high likelihood of accepting the offer. Okay? So we look at the figures and see if you're applying, if you're admitting people for their third and fourth options, there's an 80-90% chance that they will not show up. Okay, so that's why this is very important. We follow up, we know, and it's per program. It's per program. If you're doing biochemistry, we know biochemistry, this is its capacity. It's 100 students. Their realization rate is 50 over the past X period of time. Therefore, you need to admit X number of students. Next, please. Now, this one happens in real time. This is during the registration period. And so deans and the executive, as in the vice chancellor, the deputy vice chancellor, have access to this dashboard. They can see if we are meeting the target. So you can see there, for example, the Faculty of Humanities, it had exceeded its target by 59%. So immediately we see that, those of us in the planning office, we start checking where these students are registering, because it has implications for capacity. And therefore, we need to already start giving, working with the deans to see how to address it. But then we'll see, for example, natural and agricultural sciences, number 2. You know, they had not met their target by about 191. So what we do is, when we realize that a faculty probably is not going to meet its target, we go to the admissions people. We tell them, hey, those people that you had placed on hold, you might consider now, you know, giving them admission so that you can meet your targets. Or we tell the admissions office, start calling the students and find out what's going on, okay, so that we know what's going on. Next, please. So undergraduate student success is vitally important for us. So we look at it at various levels. We look at it at module, in terms of both module pass rate. We look at the first year pass rate. Why? There's a lot of a high level of attrition during the first year. So it's very important for us to understand what's going on there, exam pass rate, and then we look at senior students' pass rates. So you'll see, for example, from 86% to 91.9%. The other thing that we do is to identify the so-called high-impact modules. These would be the 1 or 3 modules that cause students not to finish their programs on time, okay? Because they have to repeat those modules. They're mandatory. Unless they complete those modules, they cannot finish their studies. The other thing that we do, I mentioned the internal efficiency of our undergraduate and postgraduate studies. So you'll see there on the far right, cumulative graduate 3-year programs. So those who finish within those 3 years is 53%, which suggests that our system is not terribly efficient, isn't it? There's a lot of waste. Of course, for understandable reasons, that's why the school data is very important for us. It gives us a sense of what's going on and the quality of the input that we receive. So we know the dropout rate for 3-year programs, it sits at 20.8%. This becomes an area of intervention for the university and for the programs where this is more pronounced. So you'll see also for 4-year programs, we do the same thing. Next, please. Now, this is institutional cohort analysis. It's the same thing, you know, where we try to understand across the board, you know, how many students. You can see that's a flow-through kind of analysis. If you look at 2026 for this particular program, starting at 4,177, then 2020, it's sitting at 2,878. These are those who have completed. The point I mentioned earlier, the system is not terribly efficient. We know, you know, where those obstacles are. Next, please. Now, these are HIMIS data from other universities. So the system that we work with, the Higher Education Data Analyzer, is able to collect data from the other institutions. These data, remember, is used for funding. So it's audited, and it's part of the National Higher Education Management Information System. So we just need to go in and pull it out. So what we've done is, whenever that information is published, we get it into our system. It's very granular. If you want to understand how you compare with strong institutions in agricultural sciences, for example, you can go and check, look at the departments, see how they're performing compared to your department, look at the staff complement, staff-student ratios, who has PhD, and those kinds of things. So this is just an indication. So we've got the University of Northwest University, University of Johannesburg, all the way down to WITS, looking at student success, for example. Now, if you look at this, you'll see that our student success at the University of Pretoria is not terribly good. We have the lowest student success compared to these institutions. And so that was the reason why we wanted to see how the other students are performing. But to complement this information, we also do graduate destination studies to see the employability of our graduates. We do this every year. And what we do is we want to see what the graduates are doing with themselves 6 years after graduating. But more importantly, we ask the graduates to reflect on their university experience and give us a sense of their you know, if they think we fully prepare them for the world of work. And we've had some very interesting insights. So, for example, law students told us they didn't know they needed a lot of quantitative skills. Okay. And when they said that, we reminded them that law came from mathematics. So but the curriculum does not provide for that. And then we saw that some programs where quantitative skills should be taken for granted, the students were least prepared. And then we asked the employers, this is what these guys are saying about themselves. What do you think? And then it was quite interesting. Employers would say, no, their writing skills are hopeless, where the students think their writing skills are very good. Or they would tell us, no, they work together quite easily as teams, but the students think they don't work very well as teams. So that information is important. It feeds back to the curriculum. So the lawyers are now trying to rework their curriculum to see how to enhance quantitative skills. Now, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, I showed you this previously. So these are the university indicators. Green means we met that goal, and yellow means we were quite close. Red means we did not meet that goal. Okay. This information, because when we prepare our performance plans, it becomes a council document. Council approves it. So this information goes to council. It goes to council. They see how the institution is performing. Why does it go to council? Because council has to submit it to the Ministry of Higher Education and Training. So I suspect this is the last one. Is there another one? Okay, there is. Oh, research data. This is very important. I touched on this. So in South Africa, because where you published is linked to funding, the Department of Higher Education and Training has pre-identified journals where you can publish, from a quality point of view. So we've got a Department of Higher Education and Training list all the way to the Web of Science journals. So only articles that are published in these journals receive subsidy. So we have to collect this information. So over and above the Excel sheet that is shared with academics, of course, many of them ignore us. So they're too busy with other things. They don't complete those. We go to the library because they've got bibliometric capabilities. And so they're able to troll the various databases, and then they will tell us, no, this is where these people are publishing. And again, as I said, because it's linked to the strategic trajectory of the institution, we want to know who our academics are publishing with. So one of the things that we found out, for example, across the continent, most of our academics co-author mainly with local counterparts. And then the next would be your American and British academics. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you look at this, the authors, who is number 1 and who is number 2, then your heart sinks. Because then most of our authors are number 5, number 15, number 20. And so we collect that information and we start engaging with our academics and understand how these things are organized. Okay, thank you. So the idea here, colleagues, is it has to be intentional. How you collect data, it has to be deliberate. You have to have systems in place for collecting that data. You have to invest in data literacy. The senior leadership must understand what the data means. And you have to cultivate a culture of using data to make decisions when it comes to allocating resources. Or, for example, at the University of Pretoria 2 years ago, there was a big problem with the language policy, and we needed to change it. And so we had to provide data which showed a number of things. One, so we had a dual thing where students could learn either in English or Afrikaans. So that's perfectly okay. But what we found out was the students who say they wanted to learn in Afrikaans, in fact, their English skills were better than the others. Many of them would have gone to English-speaking schools. And because of the complexity and the political nature of these things, once we provided the data, it was quite easy for the university to take our decisions and to defend it in court. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think it's detailed, very self-explanatory. Remember, we could have finished this session by 1:45. Now we are very late. But what we are going to do is that, please, we just allow 3 comments, observation, or a question, just from 3 of our colleagues to represent us. If there is any, then we move to the next session. We have adjusted a bit so that we do not come back. Remember, we say that when we go for lunch, we just leave because there are people also catching up with the travel arrangements and logistics. So 3, please. Thank you, Chair Muranga. This side, please. Thank you, Chair. And Bishop Okinda. And those are 3. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I know people are not happy because they want to go. Now, just wondering, so you have one system that is connecting all universities because you're able to share data. And does that also include public and private universities? How does this transform the university infrastructure in the country, the way they look at each other, the competition and all that?
Thank you very much. In your speech, you said that you want to know where your people are publishing from. Is this a publisher or a journal or already approved by somebody, or the universities together decide that this is the best place for us to publish our information? Who decides on that? Thank you.
Okay, that is very good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very important questions. The first, let me start with the second one, where staff are publishing. As I mentioned, we receive funding, research output funding, depending on publication output. Now, because of that, there's a quality check. So to make sure people are not publishing in their cousins' journals, in fly-by-night journals, and in journals that nobody knows about, the government or the Department of Higher Education and Training has come up with a system. So they do not prescribe you must publish in the Journal of Food Systems, for example. Okay. So what they do is, for example, the Web of Science, those who are familiar with it, this is the top journals in the fields. So for example, what the National Department of Education has done is, it says only articles that appear in these journals from a quality point of view are going to be funded, to receive subsidy. Okay? So to avoid it becoming a perverse incentive, where people do, the salami publishing, the one paper gets published 20 times, and those kinds of things, or people publish in all manner of journals. So it's critical. And that's working for us as well as an institution or institutions across South Africa. Why? Because then universities are able to tell the academics that, look, you need to publish here, you need to publish here. It's linked to internal incentive systems. So for example, at the University of Pretoria, if you publish in Nature, you see, you get funding that comes to your research account, and it's significant funding compared to what you get if you publish in a local journal, for example. It does not necessarily mean that the local journal is of a poor quality, but you cannot argue again at the same time with the fact that Nature is a top journal, isn't it? So, and that's linked for us at the University of Pretoria, for example, with our vision of wanting to become a research-intensive university. If you want to become a research-intensive university, where your academics publish become very, very important. Okay, so that's the reason for that. HIMIS, the question around sharing data. So, again, it's linked to funding. And I think the point I need to emphasize here, it's not good enough for institutions to just develop their systems institutionally. We also need to have these systems at the macro level. Now, one of my experiences doing research in the country is whenever I ask for data, colleagues give me the data depending on what they suspect I want to do with that data. So it keeps changing. Today it's 100 students, tomorrow is 150 students. The day after is 120 students. And at times the information that Q publishes and what do you call him, the Auditor General publishes and all that, at times there's no consistency. So HIMIS is at the national level, it's prescribed. The definition is understood. Who is an academic? An academic in South Africa is somebody who has a minimum of 4-year qualification and spends at least 50% of their time either teaching or doing research. Okay, so in that case, all of you would not be counted as academics for HIMIS purposes because you're senior managers. You spend less than 50% of your time teaching. So that or doing research. So that's understood across the board. Who is a student? It's not just a question of so-and-so registered in this program. The mode is very important. Is it a contact student? Is it an online student? Is it a distance education student? So this information is, universities submit this information to the Department of Education and Training. But before they submit, something important happens. The information is audited. The information is audited. Remember, it's linked to funding. So you can't add your staff. The information is audited. So the auditor will come and say, okay, fine, you are saying you've got 250 international students. Good. You know the way auditors work. Where are their study permits? If there are no study permits, forget it. It's captured as a fatal error. You see, the same thing with the publications. They check, is this really one of those areas where you need to publish? If that is not the case, that's removed. It's also captured as a fatal error. And should you sneak in things and you get money, in the subsequent allocation, you have to pay back the money. So, but the more important disincentive is the reputational damage of having submitted wrong data. So once this information has been submitted, for accountability purposes, the information is in the public domain. Okay, so we are able at the University of Pretoria to get the information at the national level for the universities that we are interested in, or if we want to check something, we don't need to call the university and say, help me with this information. You go there, get the information, it's standardized, it's similar to yours, the definitions are the same, the time period, the census date is similar to yours, and then you do your comparison and benchmarking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. I think I've learned one thing. And again, the gains are there, that all of us have been implementing our ERP systems, but we are just wanting to opt it to go to the higher, so that we have a higher education management system. But the last point you said is very central, that we also need to think about enhancing it as part of the audit, so that even in our own internal audits, we have to get an auditor who understands how to audit content and data on these ERPs and the higher management system we are talking about. We are going to the last session, and this is the climax of this conference, which will take very little time. So we are converting ourselves first into stakeholders. We have been participants, but now we are converting ourselves into stakeholders, so that when the resolutions are brought forward to us by Professor Kioni, then as stakeholders, we have to adopt these resolutions. So I want just to repeat again, because this is procedure and Ruth is there, she will guide, that we have been participants in this conference. We have deliberated on issues. We have reached climax. Now we are becoming stakeholders, so that the resolutions that are going to be read to us, they are binding for all of us, and Professor Mulubi will also guide. So I want to hand over to him, and he will do the rest. And we
need to clap for our presenter from South Africa, Professor Uma, and we also thank the chair. Professor Kioni, as assured me, you will take 10 minutes. And I know him, I know he's very brief, he's going to do it. So Professor Kioni, without wasting time, come and take the 10 minutes and highlight the recommendations.
So thank you very much, Chairman. So we are now in the stakeholder discussion stage. And what has happened is that we have captured the recommendations and the presentations that have been made here in detail. So this one document is showing that, just scroll down to the next page. So, and we based it on the themes that have been covered during this conference, the challenges that were identified, either identified by the presenter or identified by the questions or contributions made from the front. So I don't intend to go through this because it's a very detailed document, and additional information is also being put to capture the presentation that have just been made. So I'm showing this to just for your comfort, that what you said during this meeting has actually been captured and recorded, so that as we work out the way forward, your recommendation will also be considered. So with that brief presentation on this, I ask the Secretary to go to the recommendations. And these are the ones that we should then probably adjust, and they should be the key output from this conference are going to ourselves as universities, Vice Chancellor's Committee and University Councils, and also to the Ministry of Education and the agencies, together with also the other presenters from outside the Ministry of Education. So we go down to the next slide, please. So we had 6 objectives. So what we have done is to basically look at the recommendation on the basis of the conference objectives. There were 6 of them. And the first objective was to establish the role of stakeholders in transformational public university education. So we've come up or identified how many? I think about 9 recommendations. And these 9 recommendations are the ones that will help us achieve or cover most of the suggestions that were actually put forward by this conference. So they are a lot fewer than what will appear in the other document. So the first one is that we need to make sure that or to figure out a way of lobbying the political leadership so that they can start looking at universities as agents of transformation, the same way that the Oxford University, we are just using the examples that were presented here. Oxford University, KAIST of Korea, and Toronto University in Canada have contributed to their respective countries. There was also an emphasis by Professor Seong about the importance of ensuring that there is a special legal framework to enable Kenya ICE to achieve its objectives. There was concern also from the floor whether Kenya ICE will actually achieve its objective. There was presentation by NRF, and here we are saying, yes, we should support, and as part of the resolution, there should be enhanced funding of research through NRF so that we can achieve the 2%. At the same time, NRF made a very strong presentation on strategies that they have already put in place. And we are saying that those strategies should be implemented, and that, as put here during the conference, they should also engage the diaspora in fundraising. Number 5, there was a lot of discussions about universities serving as agents of the transformation, and for that to be realized, we identified the issue of creating intellectual property, supporting startups, having business incubators, and learning effective research innovation ecosystems. There was quite a bit of discussion of that. The next. Then I think we also recognize that there are already some opportunities available from some of our government agencies outside the ministry, and we are saying we should also follow up on that. We discussed the issue of industry university linkages as a way of enhancing the quality of our graduates, and again we are saying we should put that on a firm footing by anchoring it in law. Then there has been a lot of discussion on internationalization, and we are saying we should review and develop the internationalization strategies. There has also been discussion about the PPP, so we said we need to engage national treasury and planning, and that's based on the discussions we have just had. And the actors are the universities, Ministry of Education, National Treasury and Planning, and NRF. Of course, in this case, we can define the actions to be taken so that we are specific on who should take up each of the objectives, each of the resolutions listed. The timeline, we are saying this is something that should be done during the transition. That means in the next 3 to 6 months. The next objective is to develop aspirations and shared visions in the areas of governance, legislation, and other regulation that can support public university education to ensure efficiency in governance and optimal operations or functions. And one is to the creation of a ministry for university education and research. And we are saying the action here is to recommend to the presidency, and this should happen immediately. Then we have the second resolution is the issue about the Universities Act 2012. And here the recommendation is that a task force should be set up to ensure a thorough review to avoid the piecemeal amendments that have actually been taking place. And of course, there are quite a number of issues that need to be addressed by that task force, and they are contained in the more detailed document. So the actors here are the universities, and I think here we should add this is a Commission for University Education. There is an error. Is the universities and also Commission for University Education and Ministry of Education. And this should happen also during the transition. We go to the next. Number 3, establish strategies to reduce debt and guarantee university sustainability. And one, we have the presentation made in the morning by Mr. Muriithi from ICT. So we are saying Ministry of ICT to connect all universities to national fiber optic backbone, and universities to develop strategies of addressing the technical challenges that were identified. Then number 2, that we should take advantage of the declared 500 billion issue of pending bills, so that the universities are also considered in that, and then we have to take take up that matter with the National Treasury and Office of the President. Number 3 is involvement of all stakeholders in CBA negotiations that came up, and the emphasis here is University Fund Board and National Treasury should be fully involved. And at the same time, we are saying any negotiations of CBA should take into account the differentiated unit cost formula. Number 4, CBAs be negotiated in the first year and be time-bound. Those negotiated outside the timelines be considered as null and void.